Okay, hello everybody. Today I'm going to be working on getting Twitch and the other chat into Unity. Because when I've been streaming, I usually want to have chat on screen, you know, as you can see below my camera right here. That thing is really nice and easy to integrate for Twitch chat. But for the other platform, for TOS reasons, we have no idea what platform that is. The other platform has a very shitty API because for some reason their API is so restrictive that you're gonna run out of tokens or whatever it's called, where like you're just not gonna be able to pull. The amount of chat messages I get throughout a stream is too much for their API to pull. Yeah, and so the way that I set up that chat right now is that I use the pop-out chat from YouTube, and then I use custom CSS to make the background transparent, and then I manually crop some pixels around the whole chat, and like that's how I get the chat on screen. Like the thing you're seeing here, this is the pop-out chat, but it's like modified, which is garbage. And the one thing that's also really annoying is that the chat on this very unknown platform is like I need to paste a unique URL into it every time I want to stream. Every stream has a unique URL, and every chat has a unique URL. It's kind of annoying. And also really annoying that like the style of the two chats on screen, they're very different, which could be a good thing if you want them to visually look very different, but I think it's kind of annoying as well. I want them to look very similar. I'm not going to merge them into one chat because that is strictly disallowed, but I want them to look cohesive with each other. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be doing that in Unity because I don't know how to do anything else. And yeah, so I've started out using a, oh yeah, I don't know if Twitch probably lets me mention the word YouTube, but they very much don't want me to encourage people to go to other platforms. So, okay, so one thing I found yesterday, 2 days ago, I forget, was this thing. So, someone found a way to like get the messages from chat without going through their API. Which I'm guessing is some kind of like, I don't know, are they parsing the website? I don't know, sorry for the flashbang. I don't exactly know how this works, but I know that it does work. I tried it. I took this thing into Unity and it's working, which is great. Yeah, some kind of hook or something into web requests. I don't know how it works. Okay, is there a dark mode? How do you switch to dark mode? Is there a appearance? Dark default, soft dark. Soft dark seems nice. There you go. Okay, now we're okay. Wait, did that not save? Yeah, okay, there we go. Why is there GitHub light? I don't know. I was just used to it being light and I kept it there for whatever. No, it's fine. Okay, so I think merging chats is forbidden, especially if you have a bot that actually bridges messages between them because of moderation. I don't really understand that argument because isn't moderation equally a problem if those chats are separate? Or, I don't know. Why do you want the chat to be in Unity? It's literally just because I like working in Unity and I don't like working in anything else. So I'm gonna be using Unity as a source in OBS down the line. Okay, so I found this thing, this YT live chat repository, and it seems to be working. It seems to be pulling messages from my YouTube chat, so it's very, like, it's very rudimentary right now. All it does is that it prints the message data to the console. But it does have a few nice things where it's like, it does tell me if there's emotes in the message, which is good. Yeah. I have also been working on the Twitch variant. So let's see. Twitch, GitHub. So this was something I found, which was a Unity Twitch chat. It's basically a wrapper for the IRC protocol that Twitch uses. And it gives you some nice things like separating out the like emotes and giving you the emote IDs and so forth. But it doesn't do stuff like actually download emotes or download badges and any other like image assets or anything. So it doesn't do that part. But I've started to implement that now. So yesterday and today, I managed to get emotes to download. So let's see, is it possible for me to show in Explorer, maybe? Yeah, there you go. So they had this thing of like calling the API, and then you could iterate through every single official Twitch emote. So I've done that. So I've imported all of that. And I've also imported, or made it automatically import non-animated emotes from other people's channels. So if someone sends a custom emote, it should be downloaded automatically. But I need to be in play mode for that to work. Right now, it's not going to do that until I go to play mode. But we could actually just try it right now, if you want to see. So every message should be showing up in the console here across all platforms. And yeah, let's see if it works. So let me hit play. Oh wait, no, hold on. Not yet. Don't type anything. Nope. Because I need to know the YouTube video ID before this is gonna work. I need the URL. What's the URL? There it is. Okay. I'm gonna grab this URL. Bip. Okay. So there's a bunch of like BTTV, 7TV stuff. I don't have support for those yet. So those are not gonna work. Wait, recompile? What am I recompiling? Okay. So I believe if I hit play, I think your messages should be showing up in the console now. Looks like it does, right? Although it doesn't seem to be downloading emotes, though. That's kind of weird. Why is it not downloading emotes? Okay, well, let's just have a look, I suppose. I might have commented that code out because I was fighting with this whole thing for a bit. Well, this is probably it because I'm not running the download code. So let me leave play mode, recompile. Best viewers, streamboo.com. I already have the best viewers. No thanks. Okay. So YouTube emotes are not going to work. So YouTube currently has no emote downloading support. This is going to be Twitch only, probably. And only non-animated ones. Or actually, I don't know exactly what happens with animated ones. Okay, there we go. So it should now... It's downloading sprites. It is downloading something. Can I sort this by date? Okay, newest ones at the top. Okay, Unity has to be in focus in order for it to load. I believe that's working. I guess I have to leave the folder and come back every time. Neat. Hell yeah. Okay, so what happens with animated emotes? So let's see. Noxy Wisp and Nico17 did animated emotes. Well, I don't know your names. I just see your user IDs, which is, oh wait, I see the emote names though. Interesting. Okay, so it is actually printing. Oh, that's weird. So it says that it found, so the animated sprites, I think, is showing up with _0? Or do they all show up with _0? No, it's not all of them. So I thought it would download the first frame, but now I'm not entirely sure. So what's really confusing is that like the file name does not include _0, but the log prints _0. Do I... What's up with that? Let's see, so I get a sprite out of get emote. We get people trying to run HTML because Unity's console does actually support a limited subset. It's more like rich text, I think. So I guess we did get green here and blue. And now we get malformed messages here. Beautiful. So it does not support JavaScript, yeah. It's so I'm not gonna worry about that. Why is this message all like overlapping and like weirdly like how does that happen? Okay, is there anything about if I end a file name with _0 and then .png, is the _0 somehow part of the extension? I feel like there's no way, right? Or is _0 some kind of special Unity name for stuff? Or no, wait. Oh my god, the sprites have _0? Why? Wait. How does this work? How did a single... Oh, because it's importing as multiple sprites. Oh, that's why. Sprite mode is multiple. Oh, that's right. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. I get it. I don't want that. So, I guess I need a... Is there still no good way to, like, have asset settings be automatically applied per folder? Do I have to make a custom, like, asset processor, asset importer? I forget how it works. Okay, turning off chat. No more experimenting. We'll do more experiments soon. We want chat to be visible here, not in the console. So I am the one who spilled tea. Yes. I'm also the one who cleaned it up, so don't forget that. Okay, so I guess I need to make an editor script. I kind of forgot how to do import scripts. Scripts, editor, create. Oh my god. I feel like there should be a preset for like importers, but doesn't seem to be any. Sprites importer settings? I don't know. Let's have some music in the background. There we go, because I want music this time. Wait, the existing Twitch chat has its own bugs? Did that one also react to all of your experimentation, or? Is it asset importer? Or asset preprocessor? Post-processor? I've forgotten how to do this. Oh my god. I'm not a real game developer anymore. Unity, assets, preprocessor. Fix spelling for me. Yeah, I don't know if there's dark mode on this website. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. On preprocessed model. I guess that's what I want, but on preprocess texture. Okay, so it's an asset post processor, and then I add this, I guess. I don't want to use like custom extensions in my browser for dark mode because I want to be able to see things the way that most other people see things. Otherwise, I'm gonna question my own sanity. Okay. Okay, the reason I spilled my tea last time was because I put it behind my microphone. It was hidden by my microphone. And so I swiped it unknowingly. So now I'm not gonna put it there anymore. I should just put it back in the charger. That's where it should sit. And it's safe over there. All right, so oh yeah, I forgot that that's not normal. I have a... My tea mug has firmware, because I drink tea very slowly and it gets cold every time. And I got a mug that self-heats. It has a little battery inside of it. So it stays warm for not very long anymore. The battery life is kind of bad. But it's pretty good. It's really nice. It's one of those like, it's one of the few pieces of technology that I'm like, this was actually really nice. It sounds so stupid with a tea mug that has firmware, but unironically, this has been really nice. And I'm also like really bad at drinking enough. I'm like constantly dehydrated. And it's gotten me to drink more, which is good. Unfortunately, I kind of hate it. The firmware is really, really, really bad. It keeps not connecting to my phone, and it's almost impossible to connect it and get it to update, and I can't do any settings or anything. Sometimes it doesn't work, and the charging thing is like, if you spill a little bit of tea in your charger, it can break very easily. So I'm on my second charger at this point. Does that have an API? I don't know. Maybe. I'm not joking. This is not a joke. The mug is called an Ember mug. I would not recommend the Ember mug, but most self-heating mugs are very bad, and this is the least bad I found. So. The mug is Bluetooth for firmware updates, and I think it has stuff like you can set the target temperature through the app, but that assumes you can connect to the app, which my phone does not connect to the app. It's the worst app I've ever used, and it's garbage. So, but luckily the default setting now is pretty good, so I don't have to change it. Why? I don't know why the firmware is bad. I feel like it should be like a very straightforward thing to set up, but I will go for one of those little hot plates for mugs. So the problem with those hot plates is that, one, they're usually extremely inefficient because the heating is pretty far removed from the actual tea, and two, it can't heat the tea unless it's on the pad. So like usually I will be either by my computer, or I'm like in the kitchen, or I'm by the TV. And being able to bring my self-heating mug and having it keep on self-heating is really, really, really nice. I think the battery life on this thing is pretty bad now though, so I don't think it can heat for much longer than like an hour at most, I think. And as you might be able to tell, I'm a very, very slow drinker. And so that's why I also have these commands in chat to make me hydrate more. Anyway, so I really hope someone makes a better version of this mug at some point, because it's really like it's a very frustrating thing, but it's very, very useful once it's working. When it's not working, it's annoying, but okay. Anyway, what was I gonna do? I was gonna do the sprite import. Okay, so how am I gonna do this? I guess it's like if the path starts with services. What? Oh my god. I keep forgetting what keyboard layout I'm using. So it starts with assets, services. Kind of want to do regex here, but let's just hardcode it. Is that it? Yeah. I should probably generalize these paths or like centralize where I've saved all of those, but shrug. It doesn't seem like any of the useful aspects of the mug require it to be a computer. I don't think so either. Like, I don't think this mug really needs Bluetooth. Yeah, I don't know. I guess the only thing would be like firmware updates, and if you don't have Bluetooth, you need to have a port somewhere, which means that it's going to be a lot harder to design a mug that's safe with a port, because now there's no port. It's got like 2 metal rings on the bottom. I don't even know if it's visible. Okay, okay. Here's my mug. Hold on. There we go. Here's the mug. Come on. Come on. So, the underside, it's barely visible. The underside here, oh now it's blurry too, has little metal rings that connect to the charger. Yeah, and also a LED indicator, that's true. The indicator shows you if it's low battery or if it's charging, or if it also shows you if it's too hot. And it shows you if it's a good temperature. And yes, it's a self-heating mug. Which is genuinely useful, but Why would a mug need firmware updates? I don't know. I guess it's like so the app has a thing that's like you can set a tea timer. You can probably get a notification when the tea is drinkable in terms of temperature. I don't know. Sounds like a fun DIY project. So if you can make a version of this mug that that one either doesn't have firmware or has firmware that works, that would be nice. Or two, if you can make it so that this mug allows you to use metal spoons, that would be nice. And three, making it dishwasher safe, because I cannot run this in the dishwasher. Those things would make this thing a lot better. Also longer battery life, to be honest. Because the battery life for this one is... I think the battery life for this one is fine for most people, but I, again, drink very slowly. So I have had this mug, like, time out on me, because it's like, hey, you're not drinking for, like, 15 minutes, so I'm gonna stop heating your tea. And then I'm like, oh shit, sorry, I do want to drink tea. And then like an hour later, it's out of battery. And like tea is cold again. Yeah. So it does allow metal spoon, but the coating on the inside is like a little bit too weak to metal spoon. It gets like chipped off a little bit. So you kind of expose the aluminum, or whatever metal it is. If you use metal spoons. I do use metal spoons now because it's too late, but... Would you consider a heating stand good enough? No, because I don't always use my mug where I have a power outlet. Yeah, I don't understand why the, like, coating in the mug, why not just make it ceramic? Like, why is it a weird, like, coated metal? Like, it's weird. I don't get it. Oh, this is much better than the heated coasters. The heated coasters are extremely inefficient with temperature. This one is actually working. Metal for conductivity, but like, you can still have a thin layer. It doesn't even have to be a thick layer of ceramic on the inside, right? And then the rest can be whatever material is the best for conductivity. I usually drink black tea. Although, either black tea or red tea. If it's late at night, I drink red tea. Kind of depends on, like, if it's late, I don't want to have more, caffeine than necessary, I say, as I still am finishing my energy drink. Okay, what do we want to do with the emotes? Let's see, we got the importer. That name is too long. Imp is gonna be the name. Or P, actually. Okay, importer. Can I type at all? Okay, sprites import mode. It is a single sprite. Because right now we don't support animated sprites. I'm not entirely sure how that's gonna be. I'm guessing animated sprites are GIFs. So I'd probably have to import animated sprites as GIF converted to a sprite sheet, I guess. Because I don't think Unity supports GIFs or animated GIFs. Okay, what other settings do we want to set for these? So, can I reset the settings? Yeah, okay, reset. I'm not 100% sure if I want to use Sprite or Editor GUI. I'm guessing the UI system is made for sprites. Okay, sprite mode should be single. Mesh type tight, sure. sRGB, Input texture alpha. Wrap mode clamp, filter mode. Sure. I do want to make sure that anisotropic level is 0 because I don't need that. Is there a MIP map? Yeah, I do want to generate MIP map. This is completely related to my unrelated to my Silksong stuff. This is just for my on-stream chat, because I don't like the like current YouTube on-screen chat. So I'm making a custom one in Unity to like get the two chats looking very similar. Because now the chats look entirely different, which is annoying. Oh yeah, I can set MIP bias. That's nice. That's actually really nice. So MIP bias is one of my favorite texture importer settings. I don't know if people have favorite texture importing settings, but this is one of my favorites. And I think it's one of the most like underappreciated things in textures in Unity. I feel like Unity's default MIP bias is not in the right spot. And it doesn't actually expose this setting in the inspector. Like, you can't set MIP bias in the Unity inspector. I don't even know if you can do it in debug mode. Yeah, no, it's a very strange MIP bias. It's in texture settings here, so it's read-only. But I think... So sometimes I'm thinking like, if I'm playing a game that's in a different engine, sometimes I feel like the engine just has a very different vibe. And I feel like it's small things like this that I think contributes to that. Specifically, MIP bias for the source engine is slightly biased towards sharpness. So like... Okay, just explain what this is. Okay, let's borrow this Pikachu emote. What? It's not square? Oh my god. Horrible. Actually, no. Okay. So, when you have a texture in a video game, if you just have a single texture like this, like a standard texture, you have some resolution of this one, which is currently 139, which is a very uncommon resolution for a texture. So let's say this one is 139, and you want to render this in a video game. The GPU kind of has to, you know, given some coordinate, it has to figure out, okay, I want to render something in this location right here. It's gonna have to pick the color from this texture somehow, right? It has to do that one way or another. If you do that when you're zoomed in like this, everything's kind of fine. Everything's gonna work just the way you expect, and it's gonna look good, right? But when you zoom out, when the texture becomes smaller, the question is, how do you then sample the texture? And if you just naively sample the texture, you get an effect that you generally don't want. So if I just resize this and set the interpolation to nearest neighbor and make it pretty small, this is what it will look like. So this is what happens when you just sample a specific location. And you get this like really like aggressively contrasty sharp thing. Like if this is the only texture data you have, in other words, if you don't have MIPS, this is what happens when you try to render this texture at a distance. It looks really bad, right? And that looks kind of garbage. And so what you generally use MIP maps for is that it basically takes your texture and I'm gonna change to a different filtering method. And then it pre-renders scaled down versions of your texture. So usually it's in like doubling in size. There's some nuance here that I can't fully go into because I don't know entirely all the details here, but I just know approximately how it works. So you get these like pre-filtered variants of this texture. And the way that you do this filtering actually depends on the algorithm. So this one, as you can see, has added some sharpness. It like exaggerated the sharpness a little bit, which sometimes is nice, but sometimes you don't want to have that happen. So if you compare it to like this one, like they're a lot more readable on this side over here than this one. This one is so sharp and pixelated. And these are called the MIP maps of this texture. So you have the original texture, and then you have the MIPs. Those are the extra downsampled versions of this texture. So when you enable MIP maps, you enable these. You get these extra images that contain some additional information to make it easier to downsample your textures. So this is especially important if you have like, let me just change the canvas size. Okay, so let's say you are playing a first-person game, for example. And in first person, let's say you are, I don't know, you're in a forest. This is a tree. I'm trying to get tree vibes here. And there might be a road or something ahead of you. Maybe it's a road texture, who knows? So on this road, you probably have a texture, right? So this texture might be tiling on this road. And if you're very close to the road here, you want to use the high resolution version of that texture, right? But if it's far away, you need to use the lower MIPS, or actually higher MIPS. These are higher. This is MIP 0, MIP 1, MIP 2, MIP 3. 0. Thank you, Thor. So you probably want to use like MIP 0 here, and then MIP 1 here, and then MIP 2 here, and MIP 3 here, right? So sometimes in games, if you're looking at terrain and you're like walking forward or walking backwards, you can sometimes actually see these lines. You can see where the texture switches between the different MIP levels, which looks kind of bad. It looks kind of not great when you do that. So you can enable something called trilinear filtering. So trilinear filtering basically means that you crossfade the different MIP levels. So instead of just having a harsh transition between these, you would have MIP 0, and then you would kind of like crossfade the MIP 0 and fade it away. And then you have MIP 1 over here, and MIP 1 is also kind of crossfaded. So like the close region has MIP 1 slowly fading in the further away you go. And then you kind of get this smoother behavior across the whole thing where it fades in and looks much better. It, of course, costs some performance because now you have to sample twice rather than once, right? So that is called trilinear filtering. Okay, so then you might ask, or rather the original question to this whole thing and why I went on this rant is because I really like the setting that's called MIP bias. And MIP bias, all it really does is that it's a modifier for where you want these thresholds to be. A MIP bias of 0 is the default value in Unity. And if you change that value, you're going to move those thresholds either closer or further away. And the practical effect that that does is that it's either going to soften the textures or it's going to sharpen the textures. And you don't want to go too far either way. If you make them, if you make them too soft, it's going to look blurry and garbage. If you make them too sharp, you're going to basically get this again, where it just looks like a pixelated mess. And what I've noticed is that I feel like the source engine has a slight sharpening compared to Unity's default value. And quite often, there's situations where you're doing like UI sprites or something, and everything just feels slightly blurry, but you still want to support MIPs. Just sharpening it a little bit with MIP bias helps a ton. And it's kind of a shame that Unity has hidden this setting, because I really find it super useful. Yeah. Why trilinear? Because you're kind of like... So the texture itself is bilinearly interpolated, usually. If you use a bilinear filtering, you're usually blending between these pixels. So in this case, you can't see any blending at all. Right now, blending is turned off, right? But usually what you would do is that if you want to sample a pixel, if you want like this color, and the pixel boundaries happen to be, I don't know, something like this. Let's say these are the pixels. And you want to like sample at a specific location. Then it doesn't just pick the color of this thing, it blends it based off of the neighbors. So that you get a smooth transition as you sample different pixels across this boundary. So that's usually what makes stuff look blurry. So if I go to Unity and I zoom in on this, you can see that it's not pixelated anymore, right? And this is bilinear sampling. So bilinear is basically just interpolating the colors of the texture. And then if you want another linear interpolation that's along the different MIP levels, then it would be another axis, which is kind of the trilinear. So that's sort of where the trilinear is coming from. Yeah. And then anisotropic. Anisotropic, so I don't know enough about the low-level stuff about how anisotropic works, because in some cases I think it's pre-filtered, in some cases I think it's not pre-filtered, instead it's multi-sampled. But anisotropic is basically the idea that instead of just pre-filtering isotropic scale differences, you would also pre-filter anisotropic, in other words, not the same in all directions. So you would get a pre-filter for this as well. So you would basically store this data, if it's pre-filtered, as well. So this would be an anisotropic MIP levels. So then you could arrange it probably like this, to be a little bit more, to save a little bit more space. And then you would do the same thing for the other axis. Which, obviously, that's really useful, because if you are looking at a road in a video game, this texture is obviously squished. It's squished way more on one axis than the other. So, you know, on this axis, it's very stretched out. This distance is really long in screen space. But this distance is not even close to as many pixels, right? This is just a tiny amount compared to this. Even though this texture maybe this texture is square. Like this would be the texture in and of itself. And yet here it's very much stretched out on one axis. So anisotropic basically makes the squishing on one axis look better. But I don't exactly know how the internals work there. I thought that all of these were pre-filtered, but it seems like it's not always pre-filtered. Sometimes it's apparently multi-sampled rather than pre-filtered. And you can obviously like do this for the smaller MIPS as well. So if I just move these back here, I could just kind of continue the same idea of like, okay, so this one should also be half height, but it's of the smaller MIP size, so yeah, and then you kind of continue the same pattern. Pretend I just had the same sizes for all of these, or whatever. You get the idea. And then you, yeah, basically continue the same pattern. You have your halfways every time. So you would store all of that. Then you have a bunch of different pre-filter textures. And the reason you want to pre-filter this is that filtering a high resolution texture in real time is actually kind of expensive. If you take a screaming cat, like if you make this one very small, and I'm gonna make sure it's not doing a sharpening now. Okay, so now we have a very small Pikachu here. So if you take like the eye here, the eye is like 4 pixels right now, right? But if we look at the original, it's the same region is like 15 by 15, which according to my math is more than 100, which is quite a lot. So like if you wanna sample one of the pixels here, having to average all of these pixels is way too expensive. Super expensive. You don't want to do that real time. And so that's why like pre-filtering this kind of stuff is very useful. Obviously this only works if the texture is the same, like it's not like a render target or it's animated or whatever. Actually animated you can pre-filter as well, but as long as it's not rendered in real time. And then there's a whole process of picking the MIP level. So that kind of gets into this whole thing called like screen space derivatives. So if you're doing shader programming, you probably heard or seen these functions called ddx and ddy. And you can effectively use ddx and ddy to figure out the, you have some triangle and you want to map some texture to it. But it's in 3 dimensions, so like you want to figure out like, okay, along the screen, how much does this data change along the x-axis on a per pixel level for the render output. So you kind of get a derivative or change per fragment. And you do the same thing for the other axis. And then based off of that, you get a value for, or you get this really useful derivative that you can use to then pick which MIP level to use. So MIP bias is more like an extra thing on top of that you can shift exactly which MIP level it's picking. Yeah, so that's the thing that like when you're in a shader and you're calling the text2d function, text2d automatically figures out which MIP level to pick for you. That's kind of the thing that this does. If you don't do that, then you need to select which MIP level you want to pick. So if you want to do that, you need a different function. So then there's something called text 2D, right, lowercase? I don't know. Text 2D LOD. So text 2D LOD has a float 4 for the coordinate that you want to pick. So it's basically, you got the U coordinate, you got the V coordinate, and then you have the MIP level for the U coordinate, and then the MIP level for the V coordinate. So you can just leave these at 0 if you don't have MIP maps in your texture, or you can manually set these to whatever value you want to do. And obviously you also need to pass the texture sampler into here. But yeah, so basically this is where you pick which MIP level you want to use. Yeah, in which case this would be wow. Why is it so weak? Well, why is it? Oh, opacity is low. There we go. So like, this would be the V coordinate, right? So, or the V MIP. So 0, 1, 2, 3, and so forth. And then the U coordinate for these would be the width, pretty much. So all of these are 0. But this one would be 1, 1, 1, 2. And if I had one here, I guess it would be 1, 0, and so forth. So those are the values here. So yeah, that's a very shitty explanation of what MIP maps are and what LOD bias is. Do 3D models have MIP as well? No, 3D models generally don't have MIP levels. I guess the closest you have is LOD levels, yeah. But it's very different because like, or no, I guess it's pretty similar. Like, you could consider the lower polyvariants as like the different MIPs, and they're pre-filtered in the sense that like you're removing detail that might add too much noise. So it's pretty similar, yeah. But yeah, so that's MIPS, and LOD bias is basically an offset to these values. Specifically the automatically calculated values. So if you have if you're using text 2D instead of text 2D LOD, you can use LOD bias to like offset that automatic one. LODs are done for performance though. So I've heard that MIPS are also done for performance. I've heard that like just always sampling the highest resolution can sometimes be slower, I think, but I don't know the actual rationale for that. I don't know, I'm not sure why, but maybe it's just like a memory locality thing. That's a bit more beyond what I usually pay attention to. It's because you'd have to take tens of hundreds of samples, but if it's not, if it's point sampled, or even if it's bilinear, like, why would that require more? It's the same amount of calculations, right? because if you use a texture and you turn off MIPS, it's not gonna do the whole massive average of all of those textures in the hardware, right? Or does it do that? Because if so, I've definitely missed something. I guess we can try. Is this the right one? Yeah. Okay, so if I turn on MIP maps. Oh yeah. So now it's point filtered, right? Now we get the pixels, which looks kind of nice if you want to have a pixelated style. But the moment you zoom out, it tends to be it tends to get messy real quick. Guess we can recreate the MIP experiment. Oh my god. This looks too good. Did I actually not apply the settings? It looks weirdly good. Maybe it's just not small enough to cause the issues. So this is with point filtering and no MIPS. Bilinear, no MIPS. And then generate MIP maps. Okay, so these are screenshots from Unity now. So this is with point filtering. And you can see that it just kind of bit crushes Pikachu into a mess, right? But then, okay, yeah, bilinear makes a very slight difference even at the lower, at the smaller scales, but it mostly makes a difference for this one. So if you enable bilinear, you get the interpolation between the different texels. But as soon as you enable MIP maps, you get this, where now it's filtered. Let me actually align this so you can toggle. So like this, point filtering, and then this is MIP mapped. So here you can still kind of see that it's actually Pikachu, right? But here it's like, I don't know what's going on here even. But this is like, okay, you can sort of see that it's Pikachu, right? Okay, so what do we want for settings? I also forget what the MIPMAP bias... I don't know what units this is in. If it's like... If I set it to 1, is it going to offset an entire MIP level? Or is it like some other unit? I forget. I guess I can just experiment. See what happens. So... I probably want bilinear filtering. And the MIPMAP bias, I guess we'll start with 0. If I remember correctly, source was like 1.2 or something like that? 0.2? Oh! Have you actually looked at it? Like what what it's set to? Because I never actually checked. I just assumed it had a bit of a sharpening. Okay, is it actually gonna apply the settings now? Importing assets? That looks good. Okay. Are you gonna map us to some walls? I don't really have any plans to put you on walls right now. Okay. Wait. Okay, no. Yeah, let's just take a picture of this. Okay, new document. Okay, so this is mid bias 0. Okay, so if I set this to 1, I don't know which direction this is even going in. So I guess we'll do that. And then recompile, re-import. Wrong direction. Yeah, that made it blurrier. So I'm just gonna set this to -1 and let that re-import while I paste this one. So this is bias 1. Previously we had bias 0. And let me just align these. Okay. So this is mid bias 0, and this is mid bias 1. So that is definitely picking the very blurry variant. It's a pretty big jump as well. Okay. And now we've got -1. Okay, there we go. So this is mid bias 0. This is mid bias 1. Back to mid 0, and then mid bias -1. Look at that. Look at that sharpening. Doesn't that just immediately make it kind of crisp without becoming a pixelated mess? Isn't that kind of neat? Isn't that kind of neat? I think the default value in Unity is a little bit too blurry. I think it's a little bit too blurry. I think it's nice to just have a little bit of sharpening, especially for UI textures. Maybe it's a different thing for like, if you want to do like textures on walls, you maybe don't want to like sharpen your gravel texture because it's going to be too noisy, but I don't know, especially for like UI stuff. I feel like it looks so much better. And yeah, I don't know why they don't expose it in the inspector. Maybe it's because like they don't trust that people are gonna use it correctly. But like looking at this in Unity now, it looks so good. It looks so much better. I love this. Sharpened always looks cooler. Well, I mean, you can push it too far, definitely. So you do need to be careful. Okay, well, I guess we got our settings now. They're all set to single. Yeah, okay, cool. Nice. So now, what would be the next step? I guess it's actually going from just printing your messages to the console. We need to actually show some messages. We need to get some stuff showing up. So let's start doing that. Let's make a new folder. Create UI document, I think? I forget which order you need to create all of these in. Chat box. Maybe? Or is a UI document the whole thing? Chat. Let's call it chat overlay. Because I think chat boxes might be separate elements down the line. Okay. Then we want our Unity CSS file. Style sheet. Okay. And then we add that. USS, exactly. Chat needs a voice, that's true. Okay. Then, let's see. I guess we're gonna have a container, and then we're gonna have a chat message, and then the message contains two parts. It's the username and the message content. I guess that's kind of it, right? So we're gonna have a, yeah, let's just plop in a chat box. Let's just call it chat box. And then maybe fix the size. It's a little big right now. Position should be absolute, I think. Yeah. It should have a fixed size, so I can just resize it to whatever I want down the line. NKCSS, thank you for the raid. And hello. What a cool chat box. We did it. Okay, so I guess we need, or no, I can just style it here. Background. This is looking awfully transparent right now. Actually, it is going to be transparent down the line, I suppose. But for now, I'm going to make it not transparent. Let's give it some rounded corners. Maybe a little bit of a border if we're feeling spicy. Like one pixel border. Wow. Look at this rounded panel. Amazing. Beautiful. We're basically done. Okay, so then we need to have something inside of here, which I guess would be our messages. So that's gonna be a chat. Is it really a message? Maybe it's like chat entry, because there could be like alerts and stuff like so-and-so rated. So it's more like a chat entry. And then some of those entries are going to be messages from people. So let's see. I guess we want a. Yeah, what do we want the height to be? How does this work? I guess it depends on the. It's gonna live in a list regardless, actually, I think. So I guess okay, it's gonna be brave to use this. But it would be cool if we could actually make use of Unity's list view. Because that's gonna handle some of the performance stuff for us. Like even if you have a very long list, the list view, I'm pretty sure, does stuff like making sure you don't care about the entries that are not visible, which was notoriously complicated with Unity's like legacy UI. So it would be cool if we could just use a list view for this. Use a tree view to support replies, oh no. I do kind of wish there was a bit more of a prefab-like workflow for this UI system. Because I feel like the moment I want like modular things, it's just, I usually end up just making my own custom containers. Which I guess maybe that's fine. You know what? I'm just gonna make a custom container. I'm gonna make a folder called UI under scripts. And where's scripting? C# scripts. So this is gonna be a chat entry element. Bet they'll make a 4th UI library in the future. They might. Oh god, what's the attribute? Is it this one? No, it looks mad at me. It's not attribute. This is the thing that goes on the things inside. UXML element? That's probably it. Okay. I think that'll make it show up here. Project? Chat entry element. Good lord, we got it. I'm gonna add that to our list view. Did it add anything? Or does a list view have contents at all? Scroller, drag container. Can I not add elements? Is a list view just like you can only add stuff in code? Because it kind of looks like it doesn't have a container. Or wait, here maybe? No. Oh, content container. I feel like this is where things usually go. Okay. Very suspicious. We're just gonna work on our chat entry outside of the list for now. Okay, so the this really depends on how the list view works. Do I inherit from the list view? Maybe I should just go to the documentation, because I think you're supposed to inherit from list view. Or maybe not, actually. No, this one just makes a new list view. Okay. It might just be that you're not supposed to add children to it in the visual editor. Is the view not part of some MVC paradigm? I don't think so, no. Hydrate, true. A list view is a scroll view with additional logic to display a list of vertically arranged visual elements. In a data source list, the data source list can contain elements of any type. But how do I... Can I not, like, set the data source in the UI editor? Is that just not a thing? So if I plop a list view in here, there's an item template. Kinda seems like you're supposed to do this one in code rather than through other means. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it seems like it's supposed to use a runtime list. Okay. So I guess, how do we do this then? So do I make I'm tempted to just do all of this in code. And just use this for styling. It's probably easier that way, to be honest. Yeah, let's just do that. So we are gonna need a chat box, which is gonna be the container around the whole thing. And then we're gonna need a chat, like a list. I guess there's gonna be a few elements. Let's just draw it to make sure that I've got terminology right and I'm using the same terms all over the whole thing. That was the wrong one. Okay, what? Yeah, it does dynamically create and destroy elements, which is kind of the benefit of using it rather than doing it the old school way. Okay, so let's see. We do have the outermost layer, which is, I guess that's what, yeah, I guess that's what I'm gonna call the chat box. Okay, and then I imagine there's gonna be some kind of header. I guess this depends a little bit on like how I want to style it down the line. Because it could be that instead of a header, I'm just gonna use a background image instead. I'll have to think about that, but maybe a header. At least that's going to be the initial version. So that's going to be some kind of header. Chat header, I guess. No, chat box header, actually. Okay, and then we're going to have a chat list, I suppose. I don't know what to call it. Chat list, chat view, message view. Message list. Yeah, maybe a message list. Okay, and then we have the individual chat messages. So this is obviously a chat message. Or chat entry, actually. Who knows? We're probably gonna have some extra non-chat messagey messages. Okay, so in the chat entry, there's gonna be 2 sections at least. There's gonna be the, I guess, the chat message content. Or maybe just message content. And then here, we've got the message sender? I don't know what to call this region. Is it sender? I guess it is. Message source, if I want to be really clinical about it. How about chat container? I feel like that's container is kind of like redundant word because all of these are containers. Sender profile, yeah. Or message author. But that feels like the data, not the region. Message list containing things called chat entry is strange to me. Maybe? I guess it should be message entry. It's just a message is a long word, and that's not as nice. There we go. The world is healed. Maybe I'll just message sender or something. Yeah, let's just call it message sender. Hold on. Message sender? Because I might actually... I'm trying to figure out like how many layers of this I want, because if you look at the Twitch one, there's because they have badges, right? YouTube has avatars. So like, you do probably want some kind of extra thing for like the avatar, right? Or badges. Avatar or badges. Whatever it's gonna be, there's gonna be some kind of avatar. And then there's gonna be the, like, orange does not work here. Hold on. So there's gonna be like the avatar. And then there's gonna be the, like, author name, like readable name. And then obviously this is gonna be the message content. This is probably a good structure, I think. I think this is gonna work. Okay, so okay, pink box. What did we call that one? That's gonna be the message sender. Yeah, let's just call them message sender. There we go. There. Oh. That's good. That's good. Sender name is usually inline, not box element. I mean, the name is the blue one. The pink one is all the sender information. Okay, and then we've got these two. What do I call this? Message, author? Maybe? I feel like sender and author are very similar. I could call this sender box or sender region or whatever. Yeah, actually, just author name. Running out of space. I need to decrease my font size. This doesn't work. And this is going to be a message, author, icons. Okay, sender doesn't work. Message, sender info or something. Let's do that instead. Okay, does this make sense? Is this valid? Is this gonna spark joy? Message author info. That's true, yeah. And we're gonna change all of these to MSG as well because we don't like having to deal with this many letters. Actually, psychotic to have to type so much. I need to pick the right S. Like, which S's do I like the most? This G looks awful. But that's okay. It would probably be faster to just like write it again than to move all of this. But it's too late now. I feel like I've committed to the bit. I also should have moved from the right, because then it would like be in the right place here, whereas the other one's here. Ugh, not good. Not good. I'm throwing this any % run of getting all of you into Unity. Okay. I think this makes sense. All right. Now let's see where this breaks down, because I'm sure somewhere along the line this is not going to work. But it's a good starting point. Come on, come on. Let me just dock this somewhere, just like down here. There we go. And then, wow, my God, we're multitasking here. Are we making a chat box Unity asset, or is this a Twitch integration thing? I guess it's more like a Unity asset, but it's not. I'm not making it for release. I'm making it just for myself for now. Maybe I'll release something if other people want it down the line, but right now it's just for personal use. Okay, let's do this hierarchically. So we got the chat box. Next thing is chat box header. And then we've got chat entry element. That's the thing that we actually renamed. So that's going to be called MSG entry, which is further down the hierarchy. Because we have MSG list here. Make a better YouTube with that. That's the entire reason I'm doing this. Because I think the Twitch chat looks good. But the YouTube one, that's the only solution I have, and I hate it. So I want to make the chats look equally nice. That's my goal. Okay, chat box header, message list, and then we got the message entry. Then we got the message author. Info. And then author name. And author icons. Wow. Okay. This is quite a lot. This is looking intimidating now. Is it just because they're all sitting in the same document that it looks intimidating? Okay, are they going to show up as like separate things? Or do I have to have them in separate files? What? Oh, probably because that's probably unrelated. It probably compiled. I just renamed the thing. Why are those partial? It's because when you mark it as a UXML element, Unity generates additional code for your class that enables it to be added to your, enables you to use it in the UI builder, in this visual editor. So that's why it's partial, as far as I know. That's my rationale for it. If you don't have partial, it's not going to do that. So I presume that's because Unity wants to add some code to your class. And it looks like it's working. We got chat box header, message author icons, author info, author name, message entry, message list. Hell yeah. Okay. So I guess these are the styles we want to use for the chat box. So we're gonna just extract those to a style. It's called chat box. Wait. I pressed the wrong button. Chat box. New class. There we go. Although I want to select by type. Hydrate. Okay. Also, thank you for the sub, Elaine. Okay, chat box. I'm just gonna delete everything because we're making it from scratch now. Chat box, we're adding a chat. Look at that! It's got the styling and it's our custom element. Absolutely amazing. Wow. And then we should add the header to that. Message content is missing. Oh shit, you're right. You are right. Actually, I might use the same style for a lot of these different regions. So I'm just gonna rename this to like rounded box as a class instead. And then I'm gonna do this dot add to class list rounded box. Does that work? Or do I... Oh wait, it's also got the position stuff there, which shouldn't be there. Let's duplicate that. And then rename that to chat box. And then remove visual styling, I guess. Remove those. Keep position stuff. Yeah. Posture check. I think my posture is okay. Now why does it not... Can I not recompile? Why is it not adding this? Do I need to do the... Oh, it's probably that like... register callback. It's on attach to panel? Yeah. I think this is how I'm supposed to do it. I'm a little bit surprised. Wait, oh my god. Okay, Unity, I don't like this. It is actually adding to the class list, but you know what it added? It added this. I don't like that. I feel like Unity is very inconsistent, where like where you're supposed to add the period for classes and where you're not supposed to. Like clearly this one expects you to not have a dot there, but the class list here, I think this one does expect you to have a dot, even though it should be the same. I feel like you should just accept both, because you never ever want this, right? And if it's a class list, you never have this either. It's always like that, right? I don't know. Why not accept both? Maybe there's a reason. Maybe there's like an actual CSS quirk where you have a double dot or something. I don't know. Okay, which means this might have actually worked to just have it in the constructor. Let's double check. That's DOM API, not Unity. Well, they don't have to follow it exactly, right? In fact, they don't. There are a few things where they like deviate from the standard like DOM API. And they've fixed a few things that's annoying with the standard. Like you know when you write CSS for web pages, you're like almost always, you have this like standard set of CSS stuff of like, what is it? Is it the border box thing? Like that's by default, that's already enabled in Unity's USS. So it's not like one-to-one parity with the standard web stuff. And yes, this is built into Unity. This is not a plugin or anything. Okay, chat box header. I guess I don't exactly know what the header is supposed to be right now. I guess I'll make a selector for chat box header. And I guess I'll just set the height to be something rather than nothing. Is there music in the background? Yes. Is this the beginning of your web dev arc? I've already had my web dev arc. How big is this? Maybe I'll just make everything be a rounded box. All the stuff that I want to like see. Message list maybe doesn't have to be, or actually let's just fuck it. Everything's a rounded box. Except maybe the author icons and the name. I don't think that has to be. Or you know what? It's gonna look interesting. Let's keep it. Oh yeah, rounded box should not have size stuff. Flex? No. Position? No. There we go. Okay, I guess they should have some kind of padding as well. A music name? This is all from the Silk Song soundtrack. Okay, so we need some kind of padding. Spacing? Padding? 3. Hello, Captain Panther. Came over from YouTube after watching the Silkstream mod VOD. Mod VOD, that sounds fun. Also welcome. Okay, we got the header, and then we need the message list. So that goes there. So message list should flex expand, which means that the chat box should have, the box itself should not grow, but it should grow the content inside of it, right? Where is that? Where are the settings for like the content flexing? I feel like that should be here. Or does flex grow? No, flex grow is that it can grow itself, right? I forget. Yeah, let's add a selector for a message list at the very least. Because a message list should grow. Yeah, okay, that looks correct. Okay, so I'm guessing if I grab this one, yeah, that looks correct. Good. So should message list inherit from list view? I think it should, right? Oh, okay. It might be upset at renaming that type. Oh no, that seems to actually work. Cool. It's a mess of align items, align content, justify items. Yeah, I just feel like I didn't see that. Because usually there's a ton of those settings, but this flex setting... Oh wait, is it align? Yeah, it's this whole like pile of... This whole pile of buttons is the alignment stuff. Okay, cool. That's what I was losing track of. Okay, so we have the scroll view, but then if we want to add messages to that, I guess for now we have to hard code adding messages to it, which is fine. Actually, I wonder if we kind of should do the same for the whole chat box. Like, I should do like this dot add new chat box header. And then message list. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Constructing the whole thing in code is actually a lot nicer. Because then we can start adding references between the different elements and whatnot. Okay, so now we need messages in the message list. So it's probably good to have a variable for that. So this is going to be temporary, just for testing. So, message list dot... Oh yeah, data source and whatnot. Okay, so how does this work? Data source... I'm just going to look at the documentation here. Sorry for the bright website. It's a little darker here. This is okay. Okay, make item function is called when the list view needs more items to render. Okay, that sounds important. So that should probably be configured in the message list itself. Or wait, how is that assigned actually? Oh, it's in the constructor. Oh. Well, that's too late. This dot make item. Oh, it has a setter. Okay, so we're good. So make item is going to be a new message entry, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know if there's a browser plugin I can I can use to alleviate the brightness here. Okay, bind item. As the user scrolls through the list view object recycles elements created by the make item function, and invoke the bind item callback to associate the element with the matching data item, specified as an index in the list. Index? That's a little scary. Does it have to be an index? Or I presume it lets you... No, it has to let you delete elements. Like if I want to delete like a message in chat, I'm guessing I don't have to like manually retarget all of the indices. That would be very dumb if I had to do that. I'm guessing it's smarter than that. Okay. Right, so how do I specify the... Right, okay, so they have a list of strings. That's their data source. So that's going to be like the ground truth for the data. So where do I put that? Do I put that in the chat box outermost thing? Maybe I do, actually. Maybe I do put that there. So then what do I call it? That's going to be the messages. But what type should it have? Chat or public class chat message entry. Oh god, what did I call all my stuff here? Oh, chat MSG data. There we go. That's what we want to do. Okay. So what do we want here? We want... I guess I don't have to use, like... Why not a struct? I don't know, I could use a struct. Would that make things better? Would that make you feel more in harmony with nature? Trying to figure out if I should do stuff like, should the author be like author ID, and then I have like a table where I do like a lookup to get the author name, so that if someone changes their username while I'm streaming, it's gonna update automatically. But that's really dumb, and I don't have to do that. So it should just be author name. And I guess a list of sprites for icons. In which case I am uncomfortable making this a struct, so I'm gonna make it a class. And then the message content. And then there's going to be like some extra stuff on top of that, I think. Because there's going to be like... There's certain like special cases in chat, so... So like the YouTube has like a thing where it shows you the most active chatters, which is like an extra badge. Okay. What is the list sprite icons going to represent? That's going to be either your profile picture, it's going to be like the, you know, the like Twitch turbo thing, or the like, Twitch has a bunch of like extra badges on top of there, so. I think storing a ref to an author might make more sense than storing author name icons every time. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could, but then the thing is that, like, there's some, like, polymorphism stuff that might get messy. Because a Twitch user probably don't have the same data as a YouTube user. And I don't want to, like, make it too complicated, so I'm just gonna leave it like this for now, I think. What are structs typically useful for? Structs are passed by value. So structs, you can think of structs as like a, you can think of structs like numbers. Structs are like numbers. If you, like, okay, let's say you do 1 plus 2. That equals 3, right? And then you have another thing. Maybe you have another formula somewhere, where you're like, oh, I want to do 3 plus 1 equals 4. So this 3 is not like a unique individual that stands on their own. That's like, this is object A, and this is object B. That's not how we treat numbers. Numbers don't work like this. So with numbers, these are the exact same thing. It's just a value. It's not an object, a thing that's identifiable as its own unique instance, because these are not unique instances. They are the exact same thing. So, so basically, even though we use the same construct here, we say 3 for both, they're not the same instance of the thing, or rather, they're not unique instances of 3, right? But this is different if you were to use variables. So a variable like y, for example, and maybe another variable here that's called z. Like these are unique. Like these are variables, and we identify the variables by their name. So this one is called y. It's a unique thing that we want to refer back to, and so forth. But numbers, they're just a value for something. So this 1, like it doesn't really make sense to say that this 1 is the same thing or is different from this 1. Like these, it's just a number, it's just a value, it's just a thing you like throw around, and it's just like, it's not a unique instance of anything. So these numbers are more struct-like, and variables are a lot more object-like, I would say. But then obviously you kind of have this hybrid thing with fields and yada yada. But basically anytime you have something that's number-like, you usually use a struct. So another classic example like that is a vector. So a vector is effectively just like 3 numbers. So a 3D vector, you would have like 3 numbers that represent some coordinate, right? This is also a struct. Usually. You can have vectors that are not like passed by value, but I hate using vectors that are passed by reference. They suck. I hate using them. It sucks. Yeah. So anything that's kind of number-like, that's usually a struct. That also goes for like equality testing. So like with like, if you want to test like is 1 equal to 1, that's true, right? But if you have an object, like a unique instance of an object, we call this object A, and then you have, and maybe this object even contains a value of 1, and then you have another object that we're gonna call B. Maybe this one also contains a value called 1, but when we check to see if they're equal, usually you would say these are not equal because they're different instances. Like yeah, it might be like, oh, maybe, you know, Amanda and Bob, even though they have the same number, Amanda and Bob are still different people. And so we're gonna say that these are different things. So this is how classes work like this in C#. Classes are objects, structs are value. You can override this behavior though. You can say, even though these are different objects, I would like to return true, even in this case, but that's a whole separate thing. So then when we have a chat message, for example, like, does it make sense for this to be a struct? It's like, yeah, I don't think so. I think it contains too much data at this point. Okay. So, there is also a thing that so there is a concept of a message ID. I know that Twitch has a message ID, but I'm not 100% sure what it looks like for YouTube. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think of that because it might be that we want to have like a dictionary somewhere where we have like a string for the message ID and then the data for the message data. Like this would kind of make sense if, because like there's gonna be something like, you know, if someone is banned, the chat is gonna receive a message that says, hey, this user has been banned. We now need to delete all of this user's messages, and that's probably gonna come in the form of message IDs. So it's probably gonna be like an array of message IDs, which is a string. So like this lookup should be pretty fast. Yeah, I'll have to think of that. Maybe I can just have that as a parallel structure down the line. Okay. Maybe use a hash map? Isn't dictionary the same as a hash map? I need to learn C# for my New Year's resolution, but I don't know where to start. Here, you're in the right place. Or actually, you might not be in the right place, but... What about timestamp? That is a good point. Or maybe time? Date? Time? Stamp? It is, they're synonymous. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I know that there's different terminology depending on which language you're using. So like C# does things a little bit differently from some other languages. So like I think C#'s like list I think is like vector in C++, right? If I remember this correctly. And then there's like linked list in C#, I think is list, maybe, in C++. Wow, thank you, writer, for letting me align anything. I'm not 100% sure if this is true, but I think this has caused some confusion. I could be wrong, though. Doubly linked list is list. Okay, yeah, right. Okay, well, lowercase, sure. There you go. And yeah, using the name vector for this is really annoying. It's super confusing. Oh, I'm almost out of tea. Oh, I actually really want more tea. No, now I'm sad. I want more tea. Go get more tea. But what if all of you are like, holy shit, this is so boring. Fuck Freya. I'm gonna leave. I hate this. Unfollow, everything, ban, report to YouTube. That's what's gonna happen if I leave. I'm gonna be the least entertaining person in the world. And that's not good. We can't have that happening. Okay, I'm gonna start boiling water. I'll be right back. Now everyone's gone. Everybody left. Everybody left immediately. Okay, messages. I'm not sure how the messages stuff is gonna work, but that's gonna be for later. Probably gonna have some function. Add on new message or add message. What's the end goal? Okay, so if you look at my stream, there's two chats on screen. There's the one directly underneath my camera, which is Twitch, and then there's another chat underneath, which is YouTube. And YouTube's chat API is absolutely hot garbage, awful, and bad. And it's basically impossible for me to make the YouTube chat look nice and look the same as the Twitch one. So I'm making my own chat box thing in Unity. And so I've started setting that up. Hopefully I'll be done with that in a couple hours or something, but we'll see how quickly this goes. Maybe it's going to be a mess, maybe it's going to take way too long, but the goal is to get some kind of chat up and running. The quality of people on YouTube is better? I'm not sure. I feel like YouTube has a lot more range. YouTube is like, chatters from YouTube, they come from both extremes. Like, Twitch users are kind of like in the center. They're like your average, reasonable people, very average. Not like bad average, just like average as in normal. But YouTube has a tendency to have a wider like bell curve, where like you get people where I'm just confused sometimes. I see messages and I'm like, I don't even know how to parse this message. This is a very confusing individual. And then on the other end, you sometimes get people like, hello, I am a PhD professor and I have researched this thing in forever. And it's like, Jesus, okay. Like, that's what we get with YouTube. With Twitch, you rarely get both of those extremes. Twitch is more like, I'm calling all of you mid, exactly. But in like, not a negative way. Oh wait, the kettle is done. Okay, I'm gonna make my tea. You have 12 PhDs in YouTube chat integration, holy shit. Okay. Right, I need to add some test messages. That's what I need to do. Okay, so theoretically, the message list should use messages as a data source, and then I can just communicate between these two here, like literally like message.add message, and it's gonna automatically update. Is that how it works? Because I sort of got that impression that like the message list like monitors the data. I think. So I guess I should probably pass it into here. Wouldn't you want to push so it goes from the start? Maybe? I don't know the trade-offs there. I'm not sure. Okay, message list, and then I'm passing the data source. Does not have a public default constructor. Dang, okay. It's over. It's ultra over. What, really? I feel like C# is good at letting you do these types of things, but not in this case. For like the out parameters, you're allowed to do that. Okay, so is it gonna be message list.data source? I guess it's data source. Invoke reversing. Thank you for the rate. Can't you have two constructors? It does not, this type does not have an empty constructor, and it's upset at me for that. So, I don't know. Hello Thor. Or maybe it's like, maybe it's okay if I just make an empty constructor? Is that how it works? Oh, yeah, maybe that's all it takes. That is literally all it takes. Oh. Thor, you are on my desk. You're a little bit in the way, buddy. Yeah. Can you override a constructor? Override? I don't actually know. Wait, can you make virtual constructors? I feel like I've never tried that. No, but you can do this thing where like you can do like new in some cases, and you can also like inherit from other constructors. So like, oh god, what is it? It's like this. Like you can do that type of stuff. Like if I had that stuff there, I could pass that into the. You could do this kind of thing, where like the constructors are sort of like based off of each other, which can be useful sometimes. When like a lot of your constructors are like subsets of other constructors. Okay, the header, we're not going to do much with the header, so I'm just going to move it down. Isn't it base? Oh yeah, it's probably base. Oh yeah, and then the new you can use in some cases before like methods, I think, or functions. Okay, so we set the data source. Is there anything else you need to do with the data source? Do I need to like set it to... There's data source type. This is used for the UI builder. Okay, so that doesn't matter for this. Okay. So, the make item function, we got that one. And then we need the bind item. Okay, so bind item, let's see. Okay, items is the data. I'm gonna rename this to MSG data because it's too long right now. Right, so E is the element itself. Okay, so basically E is the message entry. And message entry is gonna need a function to like make it look or make it adapt to a specific message data. What would I call that? There's probably a word for this in like UX or like in UI coding, like conform to data, and then I give it the chat message data. I'm sure there's a word for this. populate, hydrate. I remember the word hydrate from web dev stuff. Is it hydrate? Or the word is bind? I guess it might be, because that's what it says here. But it feels like a separate thing. I feel like the populate stuff is like a part of bind. But maybe I'm not thinking about this the right way. I don't know. Yeah, populate is kind of the first one that comes to my mind. Is your tea water boiling yet? Yes. The tea might actually be done, so I'm gonna go get my tea. Thank you for the reminder. I love it when I put my tea into the charger and my screen flickers. If I remember correctly, hydration was something to do with connecting a static component served from the server into the client runtime to make it reactive. Okay. The camera also flickered. Neat. Great. Do you still need these callbacks when you're assigning the data source? Yes, I believe I do. Because it needs to know what to do with that data. Because it doesn't know... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I still need that. Because I need a connection between the visual element that represents a message and the data underlying that message. Okay. Confirm to data. Cool. Okay, so this is where we're gonna need the rest of the elements in the message entry. So what do I have? Where's Photoshop? Okay, so message entry has 2 children. Message author info and message content. Okay, this dot add new message author info. Did I call it content? No, author info. Okay, and then new message content. Does add return the object itself? Oh, that would have been nice. Usually when I have this kind of thing, I like to set it up so that I can like chain add calls like this, because that lets you to like write this stuff hierarchically, which is kind of nice. So then you can get like the same hierarchy in code that you get in the actual layout, which I think is kind of neat. But add doesn't return the element that I just added, so. Okay. So author info, message content, and then author info in and of itself has children. So author info dot add. Let's see, message author icons. Actually, that should be added by this one. Message author icons and message author name. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna need variables for this. What? Really? Okay. So conform to data. I guess this is where, let's see. So author info, seems a bit gloomy. This is the music of Greymoor, an area in Silksong. Think just rainy and cozy, or at least that's the way that I interpreted it, because it does sound kind of sad. Trying to figure out where I should expose the like set functions here. Set icons. Params, I guess. Sprite. Label. Is that it? This feels, or no, maybe it's okay. Bellheart isn't the same without Pava singing. You know, initially I didn't really like it, that Pava was kind of like disrupting the vibe, but now that you mention it, I think we all do kind of miss Pava. Pava does add certain energy. There's probably stuff I should do here with regards to caching, but I'm not going to care about that now. Okay, so what is it? Image? I think it's image, right? Yeah. I'm gonna assume author icons only has images as children. You know what? This dot clear. Wait, removes child elements? Does that count as destroying? I don't know if they're different. It's probably fine. Image.image. Oh, sprite. There we go. Wait, why am I making a for loop? I should use a for each. So what do I call this? This is the message author icon? Probably? Okay, and then this dot add image. I guess that's it. Okay, so message entry has access to author info. Yeah, so author info should have set name and icons. Or icons, I guess. Oh, we need to turn these into fields. This feels very boilerplatey. Maybe there's a way to do this with data binding that doesn't require me to do this manually, but I'm a little bit too lazy to look into that. So this is gonna work. That's the most important part. Does it work? Yes or no? Okay, so when we're in the message entry, we're gonna do, I guess it's author info dot set name and icons. That's gonna be data dot author name, data. Icons. Oh, it's a list. You can't make a params with list, right? It's Jover. That's how Jover it was. Okay. Good. So then we got the content. Okay, I feel like message content should just... No, actually, message content cannot inherit from label. Because message content is going to contain emotes. So we can't just do a label. Okay. Well, I guess for now it's just going to be a label. Yeah, message content is going to be different down the line because, like, emotes are going to have to be interleaved here somehow. I'm guessing it's probably going to be like a list of chat fragments, and then we're going to parse the fragments. So set text down the line is probably going to be message fragments. Okay. I think we're kind of ready to just try it, as in add messages to the list. Yeah, we're gonna add some fake messages in the chat box. Hard code some initial messages. Which means we do add message, new chat no wait. Or no, yeah. This is correct. Wow, thanks, writer. Author name. What kind of author? Someone from chat. Onikna. There we go. You sent this message. Icons. Ooh, icons. I guess null? I don't support null icons right now. So I probably need to add that. Yeah. Does I want to invert? Yeah, okay, as usual. Would an empty list work too? Yes, but then I would have to create an empty list, even though I'm not going to use it, which feels wasteful. That's going to go on the heap. Okay. Oh my god, I have too many classes in one file right now. I'm gonna split them out soon. Does C# have a notion of optional? I don't think so. I feel like I mostly see that in like Rust code, I think. Okay. So now we're adding 2 messages to the list. And theoretically, the message list is just gonna magically update with the, because we've been doing the binding thing, maybe? Okay. That should show up. If we recompile, those messages should just magically appear. I'm seeing nothing. Okay, I feel like we're missing something. Excuse me? Do I need to tell it to auto-populate or something? Oh wait, I should finish reading this. I never finished this. Provide the list view with an explicit height for every row. Well, I can't really do that. I can do an explicit height for them individually, but... Oh wait, item heights. Ooh, okay. So make item, bind item, and items. We have make item, bind item, and items? No, that is item source, or data source, I presume. Item source, yeah. Okay, the item height thing, I'm gonna... You created the elements, but did you add them to the scene? I mean, chat box is added, yeah. The thing we're looking at here is the chat box. And it has the message list. It's just that the list is not adding the elements, so these are not added. Which is a little bit strange. Do I need to do some kind of update thing? Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. Yes. Or no. On add and on remove callbacks are optional. Okay, well. Wouldn't surprise me if list view only supports item with the same height. I think... I vaguely recall that they allow you to pass a function to get the message height. But I could be wrong. This dot... Fixed item height? Really? Is it fixed? Is it fixed? Oh no. Pretty sure it should be item source. Oh. Oh, is data source for like... Oh yeah, isn't data source like a generic, like any visual element that can be bound to data has a data source? Isn't it also just like the HTML flexbox? I think the layout is not really the problem. The problem is culling. Like, if I scroll through the chat, I don't want the list of messages to be like 1,000 messages after, like, at the end of the stream. And so list view has a few things where, like, it doesn't actually render everything in the list. It only renders the stuff that you can see. But in order to do that, it needs to know the height of every element. And that's the thing that gets a little bit complicated. Okay, but I'm kind of curious what this looks like now, because this was almost certainly the problem as to why they didn't show up at all. Oh, sorry. What? Oh, we have a thing? I think we have two messages. We have... Maybe? Wait, what? What is happening here? It looks like we have a really cursed, nested mess. List is empty. What is happening? Okay, did I not nest this stuff correctly? So label, this dot add label. I feel like that should be correct. I don't know why this content container looks like a mess. Like, what is happening here? Actually, is it the UI that's outdated? No? Because it kind of looks like it's containing something, but... How often does it run the chat box code? Once? It's in the constructor, right? It creates all of these objects once. I know that people sometimes use the callback of on attached to panel, but I feel like it should work still. I do add it to the list. I was wondering if it perhaps kept populating over and over. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused. I guess it doesn't clear the messages, which could be like a serialization thing, where like serialization persists, but it's not marked as serialized, so, you know. Oh, I have an idea. We close the editor, and they will open it again. Shit. Oh, the content container actually has messages now. Oh my god, hell yeah. Oh yeah, this might actually be correct. I think it's actually working, except for the fact that it says list is empty, which is somewhat confusing. I'm not sure why it says list is empty, because it's clearly got all the stuff we need in here. Okay, so we just have some styling to do to make this not look bonkers. So, let's see. We just need to like get the flex directions. So message entry is horizontal. Oh, I'm lost in my code. MSG entry. So here we do flex horizontal. And then Can we set the background color of the message rows? Yes. But I believe it's actually, I believe it's correct. But I can override it just to, you know what? I can match the colors. Message entry, that's green. Shit, it's not working. Why is it not working? Oh, do classes override? What? Do classes override like type selectors? Oh, because like the specificity I'm guessing is higher for that. Can I mark it as important? No, okay. Or wait, that's here, right? Is that valid? No. No, okay. Never mind. That's so annoying though. Why can I not set the style? I can brute force it though. Wait, what? Why is it not collapsing all the... I could do this dot style dot background color equals colors for green with alpha 0.3 and then border. Seriously? Am I gonna have to set it for every direction? Okay, never mind. Hell yeah. Could you have a class name of some kind to the elements instead of setting the colors here? Yeah, probably could. It just feels like it's duplicate information there. Like I already have a, like, elements type. Like, I don't know. Then I need like a class for every element type, even though I feel like I shouldn't have to. I guess I could do, oh yeah, I guess I could do the selector of like the message entry that also has the class rounded box, right? That's a higher specificity. Actually I had layout stuff there, so that's not gonna work. Or wait, no, that works still. So I would be able to do that, I think. If I remember this correctly. Color. Green, yes. That does work. Wow. Magic. Then we can do the borders as well, because it's not hell to do this in the UI. Look at that. Okay, then we've got the message content. Let's just duplicate that. Message content. Message content is yellow. And then message author info is pink. Oh, I don't have my pink color here. We're gonna have to improvise. Neat. So we want the message entry to stretch the children, which means it is one of the flex box things. Justify content, align items. Which one looks stretchy? Stretch. It's already set to stretch. And yet it don't. So does that mean that the child objects don't have the grow flex parameter? Yes. So we probably want to set the author info to a fixed width. Question is how big? I feel like it should be a percentage of the total width. Maybe. Or maybe a fixed width, actually. I'm not sure about this one. Percentage would scale with font size, which is kind of useful, I guess. Less manual adjustment. So how's 25%? What is Twitch chat doing? Twitch chat has, or is it way more than 25%? No, it's just wider in general. Kind of looks like 25% actually, maybe slightly less. I think the padding of these also make it look a bit more cramped than it would be otherwise. Okay, so we got the message content, author info, and then I feel like the rounded box is a little bit aggressively padded. I feel like I should unpad it a little bit. Also, the zoom level here is kind of zoomed in. So this would make more sense. I wonder if this is just a default height for the elements. Because that's probably explicitly controlled by the scroll view. So I don't think I can set the height manually. In which case, I can't really use the scroll view. Or no, I can use a scroll view, but I don't think I can use a message list because of the different heights, right? Yeah, text is gonna have to wrap, and that's gonna make each entry have a different height, which we should actually make one of the messages have a long message. One of our test messages. Okay. Onikna. Does Onikna have more text? Yes. Okay, Onikna has said multiple things. So we're just gonna append more Onikna content from chat. There we go. That's a really long message, Onikna. Are you supposed to send messages like this? Like, damn. Sending a whole Bible for me to read. So I'm gonna guess the list view is just not gonna work. I'm guessing we have to use the scroll view. Because if list view doesn't support elements of different heights, it's just not gonna work. So I should double check the documentation to see. Sorry for the flashbang. Oh. Hold on. Look at this. There's a virtualization method. There we go. Dynamic heights. Hell yeah. Which library are you using? This one. There you go. Okay, dynamic heights. Hell yeah, good. So, that means we should be able to set this up so that they actually expand if there's too much text in the box. Because now they don't even fit one line. Okay, we're making progress. We are making progress. So message content, we want text to wrap. Which it is already set to wrap. I wonder if it's because we have a label child object. Which is probably bigger than the container. Okay, can I pick elements? Is there an element picker here? No? Okay. Okay, why does content sometimes show up but sometimes it doesn't? Okay, yeah, we need or no. I feel like I shouldn't do like, you know, the label child of the message content. Like, setting the width of that to 100% is not a solution because I need to support message fragments. So I think I'm supposed to do one of the flex settings. Like, what it's allowed to do with its many children, right? Yeah, wrapping here. Okay, so message content wrap should wrap, and do I set flex? No, flex grow to 0 would mean that itself grows. Okay, yeah. So maybe it's a child alignment thing? Although maybe I still need to do the wrapping thing. Yeah, because like individual labels... Or no, wait, how would that even work? Is there something similar to Unity's, or to CSS span? Or is everything a div? I guess that's the thing I'm trying to wrap my head around now. Maybe labels do not wrap? Maybe? Let's see. Position mode, relative. Still has to be relative. Okay, I'm gonna make a selector for the label child objects. Just unset everything. Oh, that's not selecting anything. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, so these are the labels. So the text is going outside. It should be div in terms of HTML, CSS. But then how do you do multiple lines and then inserting an emote that's like interjecting the message? Because like I want this to wrap, and let's say that this wraps so that it stops in the middle, and then I want to insert an emote. Like that would, in my mind, that would be a span. Like this whole thing would be a span for if I were to do this in HTML and CSS. But I don't know if I can do span in USS. Is there a span? Yeah, it's inline layout that I want. The outer block would be a div and the text would be span. Yeah, but can you do something like display inline block? I don't think I can. People are just talking about inline styles, but that's a different thing. Should each word be a separate element for layout purposes? So like I could do that. That would be like the cursed workaround. Like in case I can't find a solution, I guess that would be the way to do it, but that feels really cursed. Is there a rich text tag for icons? I don't think so. Probably not for custom stuff. Oh! Oh my god, include sprites in text? Yes, please? Use the sprite rich text tag. The fuck? It's just right here. Oh my god, okay. That's the thing. That's exactly what I want to do. or use an emoji font directly, that's not gonna work because I'm downloading emotes from Twitch. Ooh, wait, hold on. Okay, this is a little bit cursed because it looks like I need to turn it into a sprite asset in terms of okay. Like, do I need to have two, or I guess I wouldn't need two versions if this is the only place where I use the sprites, but like, okay, so if I go to my emote, actually, let me just duplicate this and then move it out so we can experiment with this. Okay, right-click the sprite and select Create Text Core Sprite Asset. Create Text Core. What the heck is Text Core? Text Core. Sprite Asset? Oh god. Okay. This looks like it's supposed to have more than one. It's referencing my one emote and calling it a sprite atlas. Okay. So can I... So that means they need to be atlas together, which is, I mean, I can do that. Oh, the documentation is looking a little scuffed here. Okay, can I assign a sprite atlas, or do I have to, like, assign sprites individually? So let's grab some more sprites. Okay, so let's duplicate those and move them out. Oh my god, I need a new folder. Sprites, tests. Sprite tests. No, no, not there. Okay. Okay, so if I delete this thing, and if I do create 2D sprite atlas, oh, I thought it would be smarter and actually include the ones that I... Okay, there we go. So now I've got an atlas. So like, can I turn this into the text thing? Text core? Sprite asset? No, I cannot. Okay, what if I select three things? Create. Text core. Sprite asset. It created one for each sprite. Excuse me? Okay, but now it's like a unique material for every single emote. which is not ideal. But like, what? I'm a little bit confused because it looks like the sprite asset is supposed to support multiple sprites, but it will only accept a sprite that contains multiple sprites inside of it to then subdivide. Which seems really weird because there are atlasing systems in Unity, but it's not letting me use the sprite atlas. It's only letting me use individual sprites? Like, I have an atlas. Can I just use this, please? Is that... Why is that not possible? Text core. Sprite asset. I confirmed this last week. Unity Sprite Atlas does not work with this system. Alright. I feel like the thing about splitting up every chat message into words is feeling really cool right now. That seems like the best solution. I feel like that's gonna be the one. We're just gonna split up the messages. Every word is gonna be its own label. And then it's just gonna be flex layout. I think that's the way to go. It's really cursed, but I don't know. I don't know what else to do. You can use the sprite system, but it seems really convoluted to, like, I don't know. I just saw the beginning of the stream. Is a goal to add all chat and then display it on the screen? That will break the Twitch TOS. Twitch TOS does not let you combine the chats and interleaving messages in the same thing. But it does seem to let you have them be separate on screen. So that seems to be allowed. Yeah. And if I'm wrong, then please give me a source, because I have not found any information on this. It seems to be in this kind of murky middle ground where nobody's sure, and I kind of hate that. So one of the things that I don't like about using this system is that every time someone sends an emote that I don't have, am I gonna have to rebake the entire atlas? Is chat gonna freeze for, like... Is it gonna freeze until it's rebuilt the entire sprite atlas? You'll need to rebake the sprite atlas. Yeah. And that sucks. What if you have atlases of 16 emotes at a time? I really don't like it when you're like 2 layers deep into a workaround or like a weird solution. It might be fine in practice. It just feels really gross. Make your own text layout system? I'm not sure. Okay, so... the thing that really bothers me is that, like, Unity has a built-in atlas system, but now I need to, like, use the presumably old Text Mesh Pro system, which was not made by Unity, and so now there's, like, two different atlasing systems, and they don't work together, which is frustrating. It might be easier to manually insert sprites. I guess that depends on, can I get the position of specific characters in a label post layout? If I can, then it would be really nice. Because then I could use a character that's a stand-in for emotes, and then I just position the emotes on top of it. Which is that would be a pretty good idea. Okay, new quest. Can I get the position of specific characters in a label? Label. Delegates focus. Delegates focus. Default, thank you. Get character. Glyphs. Label. Maybe it's like a resolved style type of thing. Text. That's the other way around. Character's position, and they're talking about the main character, not characters in text. Well, that's a different label. Okay, let's just jump into the label code, I guess. Label. Is there anything interesting here? This looks extremely bare bones. But cool. Well. If all the emotes are the same size, you can just allocate a texture and create sprites from it yourself in a grid. I already have the sprites. Like, that's not the problem. The problem is, how do I insert them in a text that could wrap in a container? I just feel like there should be some kind of experimental. That's our ticket. What do we got in here? Set render text. Okay. I'm not sure about the experimental one. Position usually likely based on style. Yeah, but style is just returning iStyle. It's not like iText style. So I don't think I can get... Oh, wait, hold on. No, wait, this is still just... Wait. Overflow position? Okay, this is not just like... No, this is probably just an enum, right? This is probably just... Yeah, okay. That's not the actual... why doesn't the rich text sprite work then? Because it requires atlasing the sprites and basically having a duplicate layer of all of the emotes, and then also needing to do that at runtime whenever I download a new emote, which is kind of annoying. It'd be nice if there was a way to not have to do that. It should be resolved style, actually, not style. If there's anything related to text here. But it kind of looks like this is all styling information. Don't you get a whole new appreciation for web browser engines? I really enjoyed web dev. It's kind of nice to do stuff like this in web dev. And I really like Unity's new UI system. It's really good. It's missing a few things like inserting emotes apparently, but So that it really bothers me that like they have a system for adding sprites in the middle of text, but it doesn't support the actual built-in sprite atlas that Unity itself has. It's like it's like clearly like Text Mesh Pro was like partially shoehorned in, and then they didn't want to like use their own atlas solution. I know that there's some stuff you, or maybe I'm thinking of the old UI system, but like there used to be a thing where you could like calculate, you could like evaluate a style to get coordinates, but that was the old UI system. Canvas, so this is not text elements. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. Or wait. What's the difference between a label and a text element? Does a label contain a text element? What? Label inherits text element? Okay. Because you know what I just realized? So text element, it's gotta let you select text, right? And so whatever's doing that picking has to know where each character is, right? I think post-process text vertices is what you need. Does that exist for UI elements though? Because this sounds like it might be... Ooh, hold on. Yes. Callback fired after UI toolkit has generated the vertex data for the text element. Yes, this is it. Oh my god. Oh, you just saved this evening. Thank you so much. Cool. Neat. Oh my god. So then what? Why do I even have a label? Do we need labels, or should I just switch it to text element? Because I don't know how to access the text element in a label. Because text does not show any text element. Or wait, it's inheriting from it. So I can probably still use label. So label, post process. Oh my god, nice. Okay. How would you identify the correct character? I'm sure there's something in here, right? Because there's like a glyph struct, right? Action glyphs enumerable. So I'm sure glyphs enumerable has some useful stuff. Okay, so this is a... I need to add a function to there. Okay, is this a glyphs? Wait, this should not be in message entry. This should be in message content here. Bless you so much, whoever found this. Where are you? Treywar, MVP, Treywar. Okay, glyphs enumerable. This is a struct. Okay. Vertices? Okay, this might be a little bit more low level than I thought it would be. Wait, it's a list of a native slice. Which means the list, is the list, every entry in this list, is that each character? I'm guessing it is, right? So then you get the vertices for each character, and that's a native slice. Compute count. Okay, so it sums up the total number of vertices and divides it by 4. Which suggests to me that each of them is a quad. Because compute count is used for this dot count, which is probably the character count, right? So each character is a quad, which makes sense. Wait, enumerable, enumerator. Which one am I looking at? Enumerable? Which returns a numerator, okay. Text info. Okay. Character count may not equal glyph count. It looks like I might actually get some glyph information, which is useful. Let's just do it for each and see what pops out. So for each, what type is this? Text element.glyph. Glyph in glyphs. All right, what do we got in here? Glyph dot vertices. Is that all I get? Just vertices? Describe. Any chance of shapes coming to Godot? Maybe. I haven't decided yet. Okay. If you're using shapes, do you use immediate mode or do you use components? Because personally, if I want to do shapes for Godot, I would probably ditch the component-based mode and only allow immediate mode. But if like 90% of people only use the components, then that would obviously be kind of bad. Personally, I never used the component shapes, and they added this entire layer that made it annoying. You use both? Okay. Immediate mode is the only way I use shapes? Same. Okay, we got 2 people on immediate mode. Although I'm a bit biased, I don't know if I get a vote. 4 vertices that describe the glyphs quad. Okay. There has to be some more information for each glyph, I feel like, right? Is there another callback? Like, can I do label.glyph? Does that exist? Godot already has drawing feature on 2D canvas item? Oh, then you already have shapes, apparently. What about glyphs enumerable.glyphs enumerator? Wait. Where is that? Was that a static function or? Cool, but I mostly use shapes in 3D. Okay. Make glyphs.get glyphs enumerable. I just have get enumerator. But isn't that the same as for each? Or... vertices returns to vertex positions. Can't you just put a sprite on that vertex? I can, but I need to identify them. I need to know which glyph has an emote or not. That's the part I'm missing right now. If you use text element sprite support, would the sprite appear as a glyph quad here too? Almost certainly, yes, it would. But then I wouldn't need to do this, right? Could you look at the UV of the vertices to figure out which character is being shown? Do I even have access to that? Oh, it's a vertex, actually. Hold on, what is vertex? Position tint UV. Okay. They could have had some data there that's like, oh, the like character identifier. Maybe they had some of that GPU side as well. Okay, but so is get enumerator different from for each? Or because I thought this would call get the current glyph's vertex location. No, you don't think so? You don't think what? Get enumerator is what allows for each to work. That's my interpretation as well. Wait, what's this? ATG mesh info? Natives text element info. Font Int asset. Native text element info. Glyph ID. Why was I not given this information? Are you just gonna leave out the glyph ID? Yeah, the glyph has like nothing but those vertices. Can you just do this.string.character at? Maybe actually, yeah. Then that depends on like if they're the same thing. Of like there's no guarantee that a single visible glyph corresponds to the equivalent position in the text string, though. Some emojis are represented as 2 plus UTF-16 characters, but appear as a single glyph. But there's gotta be some way of enumerating over the glyphs and also getting the glyph content, right? Text element, enumeration, UI toolkit. I feel like it has to be possible. Like, glyphs, please? Glyph? Okay, hold on. Text info. Do I get to vote on immediate mode even if I don't use shapes? Yes. Okay, this text info is looking relevant. Text element info. Isn't this what I want? This looks like it's got everything I might be interested in. So that's in text info, which is in m_text element UI toolkit text handle dot text info. Like, I feel like I should just be able to do the same thing it's doing here, except I return more stuff instead of just the vertices, right? I just feel that there should be like an existing thing to iterate over these. Get last character at, okay. Draw native highlighting, This is the cursor highlighting stuff that I mentioned earlier. So clearly they do need individual glyphs here. Okay. Just trying to see if there's anything else I might use instead before I start, like, reflection hacking this whole thing. Because I would prefer not to have to do that. You could pre-process chat messages to use a special placeholder character, replacing each emote, and then replace them in for each. Yes, that's the idea. The problem though is I need to be able to identify individual glyphs, but I don't have a way of doing that right now because I have the string and I can get the characters in the string, but the characters are not the same thing as the glyphs. And right now, I don't see a way to get access to the individual glyphs in a way where I'd be able to identify them without reflection. Generate text. Okay. Mesh generation. Oh god, it's a jobified thing. Okay. Could just try grabbing characters directly from the string and seeing if it works for basic ASCII text. You don't need to ID them though if they're all uniform placeholders with a known UV. Is it a known UV? I don't know if it is. Oh, here's our callback. I think we want the text info, right? It's hacky, but the vertex contains UV coordinates on the atlas, which could be reverse engineered to find the emoji. But that assumes... Doesn't that assume I already have... Or, oh, you mean like, I look up the UVs of the replacement characters? Oh god, that seems deeply cursed. But, okay, maybe that's not a problem, but like, this is all assuming all of the font characters are using the same atlas. But I guess the odds of a character using the same UVs is probably very, very, very low. So maybe it's like, statistically, it's so unlikely to not matter. What's mesh infos? What do we got in here? Text element infos. Glyph ID. If you know the order of the emojis in the message, you can match them up. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. That like my placeholders are gonna be just in some order, and then separately I have the emotes in order. Actually, the placeholder can just be the same glyph. It doesn't even have to be... Right, I don't even need like 5 separate ones if someone's posting 5 emotes. What Unity version are you using? I don't know, 6.2? Or I mean 6000.2. Okay. So let me get this straight. Is the plan to use some kind of cursed Unicode symbol that actually does render, but then we replace it with emotes based off of the UV coordinates of that glyph in whatever the original atlas is? And based off of those, we know the coordinates where we need to overlay an emote. It's incredibly cursed, but I guess it would work. What if someone posts a message with that Unicode character? I mean, I would just like, I would have some kind of fallback. I can just handle that case. Would you have to hardcode a different UV value depending on the font? Probably, yeah. It's bad design by Unity not to include the ID. I don't understand why the ID is not there. Like, I have zero information about the glyph. Like, I just have the vertices. But I think what I want is I want the text info, right? I think if I had what's in the text info, like in here, I think there's the glyph ID, yeah. But that's left out somehow. Alright, Uniknut. Later. I don't know if 6.3 is different, but you only need a sprite asset, not atlas, to render sprites in text. Yes, but I need to make these sprite asset atlases at runtime, like while I'm downloading emotes, and I don't want to have to like do a huge re-import, rebuild. That's going to lock up the entire thing. Doing an element per word and emoji suddenly doesn't sound cursed anymore. Yeah, I'm kind of starting to feel the same. Like I could just do something like, okay, if the text is outside the bounding box, split it up somewhere, somehow. I guess maybe the splitting it up somewhere is doing quite a lot of work there. Because I have to pick somewhere. And then I feel like we kind of go back to square one, because now I need to know where those glyphs are, where I can line break. And I don't know. I don't know those glyphs, because I don't have any glyph IDs anywhere. I guess, can I use reflection? Because I don't know if the text stuff is available outside of this job. What are you working on? I am trying to get chat into Unity, and I'm currently stuck trying to figure out how to inline emotes in text, which is annoying. You can just upload the area of the text you modify. Isn't that going to be the case either way? I'm not sure what we mean by upload. Is there a class or method that allows you to generate the glyphs and vertices yourself? I don't think so. I can alter the vertices, but I don't have glyph information. I just have the vertex information. Do you get help from AI when you're stuck? Usually not. I am curious about this UI toolkit text handle. Well, what do we got in here? Text span? Text span? Do we have spans? Excuse me, this looks relevant. Span. Okay. So, does that mean I can maybe actually iterate through? Why not ask AI now? It might help you. Probably not. Okay, native settings. Where is that? Text handle. Okay, so I think I can just grab the UI toolkit text handle and just solve everything. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna grab the UI toolkit text handle. We're gonna do it. That's the solution. And we get the tinkering music immediately now that I have an in. Perfect. I closed the one thing I wanted to open. Oh god, where did I put it? Is there a reopen close tab? File, open. No? No? Okay. Right click, reopen. Reopen close tab. Oh, because I closed everything. Okay. Well. Okay. Scripts, UI, here it is. Okay. Can you give us some context on why you're making this? I want to make an on-screen chat for my streams that is not based off of a really cursed web browser source of YouTube chat, because YouTube doesn't have a good custom chat solution. So I want to combine the chats of Twitch and YouTube into the same system. Not the same chat, but the same system, so that they look the same. That's what I want to do. So I'm currently implementing this in Unity. And yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna make some extension method. Make it a pause on your 3D modeling tool. I almost always work on multiple projects at once, so I have not paused working on Half-Edge. I'm just not working on Half-Edge right now. What am I doing? Public static. Get UI toolkit text handle. Actually, maybe I should search to see if there's a way to get the text handle some other way before I tear it out like this. Well, this is the code we're on. Wait, in Unity 6.2, a proper API was introduced. Oh, it's literally the thing where... Yeah, text element.glyph. Blech. Why is it still just the vertices? Why would they not give any other information? It's just like, I just need one tiny nugget of like a link to the glyphs. But no, it's just vertices. Glyph.uv2.x, index of the texture slice inside a texture atlas array. Index of the texture slice inside a texture atlas array. That might actually work. Yeah, if that's like an index, just straight up. Okay, so if we do... Actually, do I have a for each here? Yeah, here. Okay. Okay, so we're iterating that. What'd you say? UV... Wait, UV2? I've only got one UV channel. Why is there supposed to be more than that? Part of the vertex info? Where is vertex info? Because I have a native slice of vertex. I don't have vertex info. Or is it like... Where would I get that? Is it part of the label? No? Not sure. Not sure where to find that. Can you not just count the character index? No, because glyphs and characters are not the same thing. As far as I know, and as far as people have mentioned in chat, I can't do that. Because they're not... There's no parity between the numbers of them. Because, like, there's... Characters include white spaces, but glyphs do not render white spaces. There's also like, multiple characters that combine into a single glyph. And so it just gets complicated. If you just discard all non-ASCII text, you could do it. Can you iterate? What's the main issue? Okay. Let me just restart this whole issue. Okay, so here's the situation. I have some text that needs to fit into a box. And in here, I'm gonna send a string, a bunch of text, right? And as you can see, the text is going outside of this box. And the way they usually solve this is using word wrapping. So you can set the style of the text to wrap instead of going outside the whole thing, right? So this element will wrap this text. So far so good. All of this will work just fine. But then let's say I would like to insert an emote in the middle of this whole thing. Normally, if you are doing stuff in HTML, you would use stuff like, you would either use a span, or you would use like display inline block, right? Like these are ways where you can have text and other elements just follow each other, even if it's like word wrapping and everything, right? Then, you know, this would be a text thing, and then this would be the emote, and then you can continue with more text if all of these are spans. And so, yeah, but the problem is I'm not in HTML or in web, I am in Unity, or like Unity's sort of special CSS, right? Which means I don't have access to this. I cannot use that. Okay, so then there is a system in Unity for atlasing sprites into sprite assets, which is the worst name for a sprite atlas, where like you have something called a like a sprite asset, which is a horrible name. I think that's what it was called. So sprite asset is actually an atlas for text glyphs. And this thing, I can reference individual sprites. So like this one can generate an atlas, like multiple sprites in one. But the way that it does that is through a reference to a sprite, a canonical, you know, capital S sprite. But my sprites are not multiple sprites in one. I have a single texture. Oh Jesus! Oh my god! Sorry about that. Blue. Oh my god. My textures contain a single sprite. I don't have multiple sprites here. But this one thinks that I'm gonna have like a gazillion emotes in here, right? But it doesn't. So it's just gonna try to like, oh, did you mean this? And I'm like, no, I did not. Okay, but there is something in Unity called a sprite atlas. Okay, so a sprite atlas basically takes a bunch of sprites and combines them into a single atlas. So you would get a combined atlas texture that contains all of the different things that I would be interested in having. This cat looks unhappy about the situation, which I agree. So it would pack these three sprites into an atlas. That seems great, right? Like, isn't that nice? Like, we have an atlas. So can I not just use this instead of the sprite asset? Well, no, because fuck you, that's why. So this is not possible. Okay? These are not interchangeable, even though they pretty much are exactly the same thing. The only difference is that the sprite asset contains like glyph and character mappings specifically for inserting stuff into texts. So these are just not compatible. This is now how you draw a symbol for not compatible. I don't know how to do that, but that's the new symbol for that. And the thing is, when I'm making this chat system, I don't know ahead of time what emotes people are going to use. And so what's going to happen is that someone might send a message with an emote that I don't know what it is. So I need to download that from the internet. This is the internet. It's like a globe. Internet. So I need to download it from the internet. And then I get a PNG file for that sprite. So I basically get a sprite And then what? Like, what do we do then? Like, what's the next step? Well, okay, so I guess I can't use a sprite atlas, even though Unity can automatically generate sprite atlases for you. This is like super nice and automated. But no, I have to somehow figure out how to get it into a sprite asset. And so I'm guessing maybe there's a way to like make sprite assets from code to be like, okay, I have a gazillion sprites and I want to pack them into a sprite asset. But then the question is like, okay, can I do that asynchronously? Or is it going to lock up the main thread and lock up my chat to make it not move for like a second or whatever? Which might seem like it's not that much, but if people are posting like 5 new emotes in a row, it's going to lock up for like 5 seconds. That's not good, right? So it could be that generating this is ultra fast and asynchronous, but it still feels deeply cursed. It feels super cursed. And like, if this takes time, it's like, okay, well, maybe I should do something like, I need to group my sprites into their own many different atlases, and I only update the ones that I have to update, yada yada. This seems kind of cursed. This whole thing seems really cursed. And then the way that you insert them is like through rich text. So like instead of like having an image that you render, you basically have rich text tags. You have a tag that says sprite, and then you have some ID for the sprite. Right? And so then my next question is like, okay, how much control do I have over the position of this one and the styling and the size? Can I animate this? Probably not, right? Like this whole system seems really, really restrictive, and it's working backwards to get this working, right? I feel like I'm fighting the system to get this working. And I don't like that. I don't like having to have separate sprites that I download that I then have to do another like post-processing step with. I don't want to do that. That's annoying. So then the question is there a different way of doing this? So the next thing that I was considering is like, okay, well, text in Unity obviously does word wrapping, and somehow, somewhere, there's got to be some way to get the location of every part of this text, right? There's got to be some way to get this information for like the bounding boxes, for the mesh data, when it's rendering all of this stuff, right? And so it turns out the answer is sort of yes. So what can I get here? Well, what can I get? I can get these individual quads. I can get the vertices for these quads. I can know the location of the corners of all of these. I have access to that. Okay. But then I want to know, where do I put my emote? Like, I want to have some kind of emote, right? So then I was thinking, okay, maybe I can insert some Unicode information, some symbol that nobody's using. Like this is a weird symbol. Like, what if maybe nobody uses this symbol? And maybe I can use this as a placeholder, as a way to detect, like, here is where I need to insert an emote, right? Because then, if I can get the vertex boundaries, I should then also be able to get the boundaries of this, actually, the boundaries of this weird symbol, right? And if I know the boundary of this one, and if I have multiple of these even, as long as I can detect where these are, I can just render a sprite element on top of all of this, entirely unrelated to this particular text, right? Okay, So this seems like I'd be able to render stuff on top. I can use sprites directly. I don't have to deal with this garbage. I don't have to manually generate sprite atlases even. I could just say, hey, I want to use this sprite that I just downloaded and show it here, right? And yeah, and so all I need to do is I need to identify which out of all of these rectangles contains this particular symbol. Which out of all of these vertices contains the squiggly goo. That's the only thing I need in order to make this work. But I don't know how to get it. It is weirdly close and weirdly difficult to just get that information. That's all I need. That's all I need. But I don't know how to get it. I don't know. Would unityengine.textcore.glyph be relevant here? So, is that the same as textelement.glyph? Wait, text core? Is there no text core? Is that a package? Can't you use links? What do you mean by links? The sprite you download is just a block of image data, creating individual textures for every emote. Yeah, I know that it's bad for memory, but as far as I know, Unity automatically packs it into an atlas for you. So like, they are individual, but they're already packed into an atlas. So I can have 50 emotes here, and they're gonna be one draw call, because the SRP batcher and all of that stuff, and the atlasing, it's all gonna work. Like, that's not the problem. So that's gonna be fine. Can you render just a placeholder once the scripts start in the same font and capture the UV chords? So that's one of the solutions we were thinking of just now, yeah. Of like, getting the UV coordinates of that specific symbol. I think that's the only way that I think it's gonna work now. It feels very cursed though. Can you just re-render the whole message with emote inserted? Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem at all. Like, I can just put the emotes on top, right? Like, you can define links and TextMesh Pro keeps a list somewhere. Well, it's a text element, not TextMesh Pro. If this was TextMesh Pro directly, I think this wouldn't be an issue, because TextMesh Pro does allow you to iterate glyphs, but text elements don't let you iterate glyphs. I can only iterate the vertex data, which is the problem. Okay. Will the replay mod be available as open source? Yeah, whenever it's done. Okay. Can split the message to parts? Yeah. I was considering that as well. I was also considering the reflection hackery. That was the thing I was about to do. So there's something called the UI toolkit text handle. So where was that? Was that in text element? Type of text element. Okay. Technically, individual sprites should work. But I think they have to be in a sprite asset, right? And sprite asset is like made for carrying multiple sprites, and it feels really hacky to only have a single one of these. Especially because it's going to duplicate all of my data to have 2 assets for every single sprite, which maybe it's fine practically, but it feels uncomfortable. It feels very wrong. I would rather do this hack than to do that. Because like I feel like there's a lot that can go wrong with asset management, and I don't like having that many moving parts. What? Why can't you retrieve the sprite UV within the Atlas Unity created? I mean, I can, but I'm not sure how that would help. Or like, which Atlas are you talking about now? Oh, it is literally just all caps. Is this valid? Is this... It's internal? Well, how do I do that then? Do I just like reflect one layer deeper, or...? Where was the thing that I needed? I guess there are rich text tags here. Ooh, wait, hold on. Or no. Or... No, that's kind of the same as doing the Unicode thing. I was like, what if we use a single placeholder emote in one of those weird asset things? And then maybe that's easier to iterate and identify, maybe? Is this the thing that I actually want? No. Because, like, what is this links? Like, what is the index of this? Is it just, like, each link? And if so, what does it contain? I've had to go to the bathroom for a long time. I really need to go to the bathroom. Hold on, can I use the rich text tag parser? Wait, text spans, that's what I wanted. Native settings. Oh, that's in the base type. Holy shit, this is it. This is the stuff I think that I want. Right? Is it the text info? Text info's common. Oh, of course it's internal. Nice. Oh my god. Look at this. Text element info, word info, link info, line info. It's got everything. Text element info, what do we got in there? Everything. Every piece of information that I want about all of these characters is in here, but nowhere else. Like, why is this so shut down? Okay, do I need to like reflect my way all the way in here? Is that it? So I want, oh god. So it's the UI toolkit text handle. The base type has an array of text info. Maybe settings has stuff as well, actually. Let's just look at that real quick. I think text info is the one that I want. And text info is, of course, an internal class. Great. So I just need okay, we can't cast it to this because that's internal, but after I get the value here, I need to text handle. Okay. Oh god, this is so cursed. Get field. And that is an instance field, non-public, I think. Static. Oh no, wait. Hold on. Suddenly, I am not sure about this anymore. What do you mean static? Oh my god. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Probably muted my microphone, I just realized. Is that so? Yeah? Do you have something else to say to stream? Yeah? Well, that's true. Yeah? Okay. Yeah? Hey, Mr. Thor? Hello? He wants me to go to bed. Okay. Here's what I'm thinking. This is deeply cursed, and I'm just not gonna do emotes for now. We're just gonna do text. Okay? I just wanna get chat messages into this thing now, and emotes are just gonna have to wait. We're gonna do emotes later. I need to sleep on this. So we're just gonna comment this out and pretend it's gonna be solved magically by future me. Neat. Hell yeah, we can move on. Where were we? I forgot where I am, who I am, what's happening. It's so bizarre that like the only thing I want to know, I'm just like, I just want to know where this character is in this message. That's all I need to know. But just want to say thank you for your videos. Thank you. I am glad you like my videos. Okay. So what do we need to do? We need to do word wrapping, right? So why does this overflow? Glad to know text layout is still super mega ultra cursed. Okay. Salad? Hey? Hey. Oh my god. Okay, Salad's gonna jump. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. Okay, it's good, good. Good, good. Here you go, buddy. Hey, blue, blue. UI toolkit text is so opaque. Yeah, good lord. Like, there's... Like, Text Mesh Pro gives you... You can just iterate glyphs. You can just do that. And like, why... That's my whole statement. I have nothing else to add or say. Just why? Salad! Mister! What? Is he just trying to wake up Gumpy? Alright, so let's see. I guess for message entry. How's text aligned here? Top? That's good. I feel like the margins around text here is, at least above the text, is really big, but maybe that's okay. Okay, so chat box should have white text, I believe. Author info should probably be bold. Salad sounds like he's just dying over there, but he wanted to go to the other half of the apartment, and then when I let him in there, he's just complaining? What does he want? Okay, what's 100%? font size is pretty close to what it should be. Maybe one step smaller? I think. I can tweak that later. Although it's more annoying that they don't align with the line height, but that's probably just because of the indentation of the inner boxes. So I'm actually gonna, or no, I'm not gonna remove that yet. Because, let's see, how would I do this? I would right align. If I want to match the style of Twitch's chat, I would right align everything in the author info. Which is one of all of these buttons. There we go. And then the text, the usernames need to be cut off if someone has a really long name. Let's just make this whole box a little bit wider. Actually, yeah, I can test it like this. So, message author info. What's the inner one called? We had a name for this. Message author name. Message author name. Oh, shit. Unset, 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 unset. Text. What? Why does it not count that as overflow? Oh wait, because it's... I need the child object. I need the label, not the... So I thought. Oh wait, it's not actually getting selected by this. Oh, because I need spaces, probably. Wait, but it's still not doing the overflow. What am I missing? I thought the name here would do the ellipsis. Oh wait, maybe I need to pick what it's allowed to break on, right? If it's allowed to break on characters, or if it's trying to do the breaking on like spaces or something. Wait. Consecutive white spaces are collapsed into one, and text doesn't wrap and continues on the same line in the container. Value pre. White space is preserved. The text will only wrap when line breaks. Pre-wrap. White space is preserved. Text will wrap when necessary. But what about overflow? I just want to clip it. Why is none of the overflow working? Is it because like the... Do I need to set overflow to hidden? Oh my god, okay, that's it. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Neat. Good lord. These are my favorite users. ... Okay, I'm feeling the percentage here is not generous enough for usernames. Author info needs to be a little bit wider. We're gonna go for 35%. I think. This feels very safe. It does look weird when like names are cut off. So I think it's kind of nice to have a little bit of extra space for names. And this is not even including like the badges and whatnot. Why does it still say list is empty? Okay. Might be better if username was positioned above message. No, it's gonna interleave all of the messages. I don't like that. What are the dots next to the name supposed to be? That is when your name doesn't fit. That's what it is. Is this empty? Is that a child element? I think it's... Yeah, it's gotta be... Yeah, it's automatically generated by the scroll view, or the message list, I think. Okay. So I think I'm probably ready to... We're gonna do badges later, so I'm just gonna ignore those. Why does author name have... Oh yeah, because I put that in the code. Let's see, author name. I'm just gonna remove a rounded box to make the text align vertically, because it's annoying when it doesn't. Hell yeah. And then I do feel like I don't need the boxes around these two halves anymore, because that's looking good now. So we can remove rounded box from... Oops. Wait, where is it? Message, author info, this one. And also content, this one. So now this should just be the green box around the whole thing. Oh yeah, because I had the extra selector there. Okay, I was like, wait. Did I mess up everything? Oh no. How do you... So like CSS has a few things where you can like add text after existing text. With these like, what are they called? Like pseudo classes or something? Can I do that? After? It looks like that might not be available in Unity. It looks like it might not be supported. Pseudo elements, right? No. what? Looks like not. Okay. Well, then I guess I'll just put the colon separately as its own thing. Yeah, it's just gonna be another text element, I suppose. Which is fine, I guess. So where's the author name? Okay. Ooh, hold on. This needs to have a class now because I need to be able to distinguish between these two. Add to class list, and it's going to be the author name label. Or you know what? Message author name label. That's going to be in the class list. Message author name label. Okay. So that is gonna be, oh, wait, Raider? Rating? Rating? What happened? Novaliminal, thank you so much for the raid. Everybody's sleeping. A bunch of sleeping people just like drooped into the room. And now they're all napping on the floor. Neat. Hello, everybody. I'll try not to wake you up. And welcome to Unity CSS Hell. Okay, so message, author name, child object label, and with that class? Is that the selection? Let me just recompile to make sure. Because the thing is, I need to make the name be collapsed with the triple dots, but the colon should not be, right? And these should not be stacked on top of each other. Oh my god, Sila's gonna jump. Hold on. Hey? Hello? Yeah, you're a goofus. You're a goofus doofus. Ow, ow, don't use claws, buddy. What? Okay. Well, what am I... What's happening here? I feel like I got the hierarchy wrong. Where are my elements? I feel like sometimes I just don't see the child objects in this list. Okay, but message author name probably just needs a flex layout, right? Maybe just add a colon to the name itself? No, because I can't do the text wrapping. I need to do the ... thing when the name is too short. And the colon has to be after that, right? and always visible. Okay, flex horizontal. Okay, there we go. So I guess, wait, why does this one not? There we go. Okay, so, oh wait, does Unity CSS not do margin collapse? That's actually kind of surprising. Okay. Good for them, probably. Well, so I guess I'll just set margin right to 0 on this in particular. Feels a little cursed, but so that is border. No, it's spacing, margin, right. You know, Twitch is... Or no, that's just an OBS. You know what? The on-screen chat doesn't have a colon. It looks like YouTube's chat and Twitch's chat, or it's Streamlabs. None of them actually use a colon. OBS does, though. I feel like maybe it's better to just not have the colon there at all. Because the less noise, the better. So, yeah. Finished the Hollow Knight project? Nope, not yet. Okay. It's a much stronger sense of being a part of a chat instead of individuals on Twitch, I feel, for good and worse. Yeah, I really like the look of the Streamlabs chat. I think that one is really nice. Like, the fact that it has color coding by user, and also that it aligns messages, I think is really nice. And I don't like how YouTube chat does it. But this looks pretty okay. So that's 100%. Oh, actually, what order did I add these in? Because when I open the floodgates and let all of you in, is it going to be in the right order, or is it all going to be added on top and we only see the first 2 messages? That is the question. So I added these messages in message retracted was added last. Okay, that's correct. That's the way to do it. Cool. So then I think I can just do add message. Assuming culling and all of that's going to work out relatively okay. So let's see. This is a chat box, but I'm going to give this a name. So this is now going to be Twitch chat. There we go. I'm also going to resize it a little bit. List is empty. Keep that in mind. Remember that, everybody. Salad. Why is salad like this? My screen just flashed black. But I'm guessing we're all still here. Are we all still here? Are we alive? I think we're alive. The webcam did a flash of weird colors. Good. Okay, so I guess I will just copy this. And we're gonna have two chats. Well, who needs snapping anyway when like trying to align things? Like snapping is for nerds, so we're not gonna snap anything. They're in the wrong order. Excuse me? Okay, this one I'm gonna name YouTube chat. There we go. Gonna pick a color for the border. YouTube chat. Okay. List is certainly empty. Okay, so then I think all we need to do is in the UI, we access these and then we call add message. And it's probably gonna be wonky, but that's okay. So now we need to add the UI to the scene. Create, I forget, UI panel document, renderer UI document. Panel settings. Okay, sure. I'm down for panel settings. I'm not one to say no to panel settings. Like when the opportunity is there. Like damn panel settings. Oof, it's so nice. When the panel settings hit just right. Holy shit, panel settings. It's here. Can't believe we live in a time where we get to experience panel settings. My god. Okay, so now our, let's see, chat reader, YouTube, and Twitch chat reader. Both of these need a reference to the UI document. Are you gonna keep them separate or interleave? I'm gonna keep them separate, otherwise I'm gonna get banned. Or get a slap on the wrists. I don't know which one happens. Okay, so. What? Is Thor okay? I'm gonna check in on Thor, hold on. Okay. I'm always nervous about Thor. He's such an old man now, so anytime he's like acting a little differently, I'm always like, no, 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 no. But he was just twitching his tail a little bit weird. I think it was because he was lying on his tail and he has an itchy ear. As he was like twitching a little bit. Is changing the order of messages against TOS or something? You're just not allowed to combine them on screen. You're not allowed to combine them, and as an example, they mention combining chats into a single stream of messages. That's not allowed. You're also not allowed to guide viewers to other platforms. As in Twitch's TOS is this. For the Twitch TOS, I'm not allowed to guide you to like... I'm not allowed to say, oh, all of you should go to YouTube, or all of you should go to Kick, or whatever. That's not allowed. Which, I mean, that makes sense. So those two things are not allowed. But it's kind of vague if you're allowed to have them separate. But it seems like a lot of people have done this, and it seems fine. And it seems like people haven't gotten banned for this either. So it seems like it's a case of like, you're allowed to have them separate, but Twitch, for whatever reason, I guess they're not allowed to clarify this. And maybe they don't want to, because they don't want to encourage it, or whatever. I don't know how it works legally, or like, in terms of the like corporate politics. I don't know. But it seems like having them separate is fine. Okay. So, I need to have a reference to the UI document. That's what I need to do. Or yeah, maybe. No, I'm gonna make another script. Jesus. UI, there we go. Okay, scripting, C#. This is gonna be chat, chat UI, actually. That's the name of the script. I've not seen a single stream other than this one that separates them. What are the ones doing that you've seen? Like, do they combine them, or do they just have one chat that is only one platform at a time? Do you ever just worker 0 import error code 4? What's the name of the project? This project does not have a name. It's called Stream Overlay right now because I'm making a on-screen chat. What did I call these things? Chat overlay. Hashtag Twitch chat. Wow. Am I supposed to have the hash in the name? I'm guessing not. but I'm not sure how to know for sure. Apart from testing it and seeing if it breaks or not. It only works for IDs, so no. But that's when you use the hash, right? Like that. This is an ID, right? Or do you mean like the name field is only ever referring to that, rather than being a multi-select thing? Okay, how do I link chat boxes to the chat message receivers? I guess I could like assign it to those maybe. It's probably easiest that way. So I would do like I would have fields here, I think. Public non-serialized, I guess. Hey, better Lord and Savior data binding? Not yet. I've been generally avoiding data binding. Did you use list view? Yes, I believe so. Okay. On chat message, look at this. Wow. This is where I watched my parents die. I love that meme. There's this, I don't even know where it's from. It's like a Batman comic thing. I don't even, is it like Robin who's saying like, this is where I watched my parents die? No, it's Batman who says it to Robin, I think. There's one of those with Parappa the Rapper. It's a meme I saw on Twitter, back when Twitter was not a Nazi hellhole. I guess icons is null. When was that? I don't know, sometime before Elon took over is when I saw the meme. Okay, message content. Timestamp, okay. I guess timestamp. I'm just gonna do datetime.now because I'm not actually reading the timestamp. Dude! Use actual. Message content. So that would be chatter dot message, I guess. I don't know how that handles fragments. Or no, maybe it's like, maybe it actually just has the emotes as text here. What's unique about the chat app? What's unique about it is that it's gonna make Twitch chat and YouTube chat look aesthetically unified instead of looking completely different and not letting me get control over the way that I want it to look. Author name, so chatter.login. Is that the name? Or is it under tags? Display name. There we go. And that is only valid if Chatbox UI exists. Cool. Alright, so we're gonna do the same in YouTube. So we've got our chat box. Where's our event? On chat received. Here. Please display full login data with every chat message. Yeah. You know, I was working on the OpenAuth like authentication thing to get my Twitch API access, and then you need keys for that. You need like the client key and then a client secret or something. And I'm like, I need to make sure I don't like accidentally show this on stream. So you know what I did? You know what I did? Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, that's right. I made the fields censored. I actually added an attribute for that. Where did I put it? Yeah, look, I made a property drawer called censored field, and all it does is it makes it censored. So it'll look like a password field. It's what's it called? Censored field drawer. Here we go. So all it does is like, it's swapping out a regular text field with a password field, and that's it. Because before I was like, ugh, do I need to like obfuscate it or something? And it's like, that seems annoying. I'm like, I don't know. It's also not like the end of the world. If it leaks, I'll just generate a new one, but like, but still. Okay. What am I doing here? We have timestamp. Date time offset? Offset. I don't know from when. That sounds like a datetime.now situation. Okay, chat item.author.name. That sounds like what's supposed to go here. I wonder if you can get the handle versus display name actually. Public name of the author. Okay. It's kind of unclear whether that's the handle or the display name. Message part. Oh yeah, message part. Okay, so YouTube chat has message parts. Where they could be exactly like images and whatnot. And now I'm just concatenating them as a string or joining them. Maybe I'll join with a space. That feels slightly more comfortable. Okay, and then finally I need to make the UI link up the two things. Oh, I need to know the right. Public Twitch It's a little bit of a roundabout way of doing this, but that's okay. I'll clean it up later. Twitch reader, YouTube reader. This one's called Chat Reader YouTube. See, this one starts with the platform and then ends with Chat Reader, but this one starts with Chat Reader and ends with YouTube. Keeps you on your toes. It makes you a smarter programmer by like making sure that you don't have like too much uniformity. That way you pay more attention. Pro tip from professional programmer right here. Okay, I believe we might be ready to test. Actually, does my UI even show up? Okay, it does. Why does it look so scuffed right now? Oh, there we go. Okay, that's better. I do need to drink. Oh my god, I have tea. Holy shit, I have tea. Thank you for the reminder. I really want tea. Just sent you the sketch of my proposed combined chat interface I made a while ago. Okay. Well, I guess it depends on what it is, but like... I can't combine them into one if that's what you're referring to. They have to be separate. Okay. I guess this works? Maybe we should zoom in to make it a little bit more readable for y'all. Is there a... Does UI document... Oh no, wait, it's panel setting. Holy shit, panel settings. I forgot. That's the key to the universe. Incorrect. Still incorrect. I'm not fond of what's going on here. I'm just gonna go ahead and toggle the UI. But the list is still empty. Exactly. And don't forget it. I was gonna zoom in, that's why I was doing the panel settings. Oh, it's a little wiggly. Okay, I do believe that the Twitch API, Twitch being a wonderful platform and the one you should stay on at all times. I do think that it actually comes with a color for names. Chatter dot get name color. Yeah. Wait, chatter dot color. Oh, it's in tags? Tags dot chatter dot tags dot color hex. Okay, so we can actually add some color here. Isn't that neat? Assuming it's gonna work, but and assuming color hex does not include the hash, which you never know. Can you do something like that for YouTube chat? It's not built in, but eventually, yes. I can do whatever I want. Okay. Are we all ready? We excited? I have no clue if it's even gonna work. There's a very big chance that it's gonna explode, or like... As soon as messages go outside the bottom, I'm gonna have to like scroll to the bottom every time to like see anything. That might happen. It might overflow vertically, so we're gonna get like a tower of messages. I have no idea what's gonna happen, but... Oh wait, did I do the optional? Chatbox UI, yes. On Twitch? Did I do that on YouTube? Yes. Cool. Ooh, okay. Okay. Love not being able to test our code for multiple hours? Yeah. That's how you go. There's a scroll to method for that. Is there a way to just say scroll to bottom, or do I have to provide like a exact pixel amount in the chat box? This dot scroll maybe? No? No, wait, this is the chat box, not the... Oh, I don't have a reference to the message list. It's over. Scroll to visual element. Item by ID. Scroll to item. Is there a scroll to end? I mean, I guess I can... I can do... I don't know, message list dot... children dot last? Cool. Theoretically, this is going to be amazing. Great. Oh wait, this is... Yeah, exactly. Wow, it did not explode. All right. Are we ready? I just need to hit play. And that should theoretically open the floodgates. Maybe, hopefully. We'll see. I feel like I should scoot these out of the way, maybe. Actually, I can just move the camera. Zoop. Okay, and then finally, how do I do, where's, is it lighting? Rendering? Lighting? Thank you. Environment? No? What? Scene? Where's my sky color? Oh, solid color. There we go. There we go. Okay, everybody. I think we're ready. We're gonna do this. I've hit play. Okay. I'm getting messages, but nothing is showing up. Shit. Oh my god, wait. I think I know what it is. I just think I just forgot to do some references, right? I didn't even have the chat UI script. I just didn't even add the code to the scene. Okay. Okay, let's try again. Let's try again. I think now we actually have the code that would glue things together. Red in the log could also mean YouTube, because I colored a few things red. Oh my god, these two being at a different height is actually bothering me so much. Hold on, hold on. I can't not see that. Top, 47 pixels, a nice even number. There we go. They were 2 pixels off. Save. Okay, there we go. Okay. We're ready. It's gonna work. First try. Okay. Okay. No? What? What? How? The messages are coming in. And I've... Is there another reference I'm missing? Excuse me? Oh, wait. Wait. I think this might be a really sneaky error. I think this is a really, really sneaky error. Okay, let's go to... I think the problem is that these are returning null because I don't know if the visual element or if the UI doc has initialized yet. Well, either that or I do need a hash ahead of those. But I think it's just that I need to wait for the attach to panel event. So... I believe this might do it. I am using a list view, yes. We'll see if I need to refresh it manually. I guess I should add some logs as well, if like messages are actually being added. In here. Oh my god, why is log exception first all of a sudden? We're so close. We're so close. I'm feeling this one. This is the one. This is the one. Okay. No. No. Okay, we got messages. I guess chatbox UI is still null somehow? What? Did I get the names wrong? Maybe you need the hash? Maybe I do? Okay. Okay, it's connected. Still nothing. But it also doesn't add the messages. What the heck? So chatbox UI is null somehow. So why is it failing this? How is that? Is there a way to do the querying, but like actually getting errors if it doesn't find it? I guess I can just assert. Okay, it's not gonna work this time. I'm just running it again just to see if that triggers. Because this, I can't see any other way that this is... Like, it's gotta be this. Okay. Wait, what? I feel like I'm losing my mind. What is... Okay. Like, it's printing this. But it's acting just as if this is null. Because in the add message function, it doesn't run this. So it's gotta be that this one is null. But like, why? Could this be like a main thread versus different thread situation? Why RC on chat message? Because I let writer create that function for me. Wait. Error invoking chat received event handler. Okay. Oh, now it does say that it's null. Oh my god. Is that it? I think I know why. That's sneaky. It might be? Okay, we'll see. Well, let's just retry. Okay, okay. How about... How about now? Join channel, okay. Still? Still null? What? I had such a genius theory, and it felt so true. Okay, so my theory was that there's a script that made it so that the components where the chats are, it moved it to the don't destroy on load scene. And I'm like, I wonder if there's like a loss of reference if like things are moved to don't destroy on load or something like that. But okay. I am genuinely confused. How on earth is this null? Okay, I need to look up the query thing. Okay, visual element querying name. Okay, well, what about the query with the type? Element type. Or what about when you have element type and a name? Are we just not... Is that just not... Actually, did that assertion trigger? So if I go to chat UI, like did these go off? Okay, let me check. Hello, Steve Hammond. I do not use the Microsoft Surface keyboard anymore. So like these are not triggered. Like it seems like it's fine. Unless this whole thing is just not run at all. Okay, setting up chat UI links. Okay, that should work fine. Let's just double check. Okay, okay. Okay, play. Come on. Wait. It's never run. Is it because the root visual element, it's looking for whether this element is attached to a panel, but it's already attached. So I can't do it on there. Is that it? Or is this one of those like trickle down, bubble up situations where I need to like specify? The thing is, I really feel like this should just work like this, and also without those, probably. I think. A week should definitely be called. I'd have a hard time imagining that would not be called. Okay. How about now? Oh! Oh, messages are theoretically actually added now. So now it's probably just that the lists are not updated. We're in. We got connection. It's happening. It's happening. Messages were added before. I don't think anything beyond these initial messages came up as added, but they do now, which is the first time that happened. So all we need to do is calling that refresh function, which I guess we do that here. So what was that? Message list dot refresh items. Rebuild. Rebuild or refresh? I feel like refresh should be enough, right? Let's try a refresh. That seems less heavy-handed. All right. Praying to the gods of C#. What just happened there? Oh shit! Twitch is working. Yep, Twitch is working. The colors are not working though, but... My god, look at this beautiful scroll bar. It did not scroll to the bottom automatically. So YouTube... Error invoking chat received event handler. Why? Oh, we don't want to go to line numbers now? I need to manually go to line numbers? Is that it? YT live chat 765. $765. Log error. Neat. Yes, bile water is in the rotation. I'm so confused. So like, it is receiving the messages on YouTube and it adds, it gets all the way here and actually adds the message. And then I get an error saying that it failed to invoke chat received. But then the immediate next message is a successful thing that's received. What? There's like multiple things that I don't understand. Like, what? Why does it say that it's added, but nothing is actually added here? And why does it error, even though everything seems to work? Like, when I log to the console. Oh my god, I hate custom loggers. Sounds like after the log happens, your code has an exception that goes back up the library. Oh, maybe that's what's happening, yeah. Is there like an inner error that's... Oh, there's so much async stuff and custom logging stuff that I'm not very familiar with that's going on here. Could it be stuff like if the Unity or the if the YouTube thing, if that one is sending events on a worker thread, could that lead to weird shit happening? Is that possible? would not doubt it one bit. Okay. Or is there, do I need to consume it actually? Or something like that? No, okay. Okay, so I think, I guess I'll make a public async on YouTube received, but sync, please. Awaitable. Task.run. You know what? I don't trust Lambda enclosures. Okay. Is this the vibe? I guess it's complaining because I don't have try-catch stuff, right? Oh wait, I'm not using any wait. Right, okay, the last thing I need to add. The actual reason it's async is awaitable main thread async. How about that? Please let this magically work. Okay. Play. Come on. Come on. Oh! Oh shit! Oh my god, it retroactively loaded all the YouTube messages. So is it all working? Is this it? List is empty. Shit. Hell yeah. Good job, 2 backslashes, rich text. I don't know what happened to the... Why is there no color in the names? Maybe it's because maybe rich text is disabled by default, actually. Although, but then this one shouldn't have worked, right? Yeah, because this one is working. I don't think I did anything particular with the name. I feel like the author should be fine. Okay, it's really annoying that it's not scrolling down. Jesus Christ. Richer text. You can go pretty big, turns out. Yeah, that one... Color might have come with the hash after all. Oh, that's true. Yeah, that might be it. Okay, we need to fix the scrolling. I don't want to manually scroll. So... What am I doing wrong with my scrolling? Okay, refresh items. Scroll to message list. Children last. Okay, so is the problem that I'm not using the content container? Maybe? Can we hide those scroll bars? Wait, you don't think they look nice? Move after the refresh. But refresh depends on visibility. So moving, I need to move first, I think. Because refresh checks which things are visible within the current scroll view, so... Rebuilding feels so heavy-handed. I mean... I guess I could try? I also need to go to the Twitch chat reader, which is... here. Okay, so I'm just gonna remove the hash for the color. Jesus, that's a lot of data just for the emotes. The items will not be in the hierarchy to be in the children. Okay, so do I need to use... is there some other... is there some other thing? Like, do I scroll to message list dot items? But I need the actual spawned items, right? Is there a last? I don't know. Oh wait, scroll to item by ID. Okay. So is that index straight up? So that would just be messages dot length -1. After refresh? Refresh needs to know where the scroll view is at. So I feel like this has to go first. Otherwise it's gonna refresh before scrolling and then it's gonna maybe not display the things that should have been displayed, right? Okay, YouTube is scrolled to the top, at least initially. The colors work. But, yeah, the scrolling seems to not work. Jesus Christ. Who added an extremely large purple thing? This scroll bar just got tiny. It's like 3 pixels to grab a hold of. JSDS 1943. Good lord. Okay, so why is scrolling so complicated? Okay, is there something in the docs about like... Should probably put some limits on the rich text. Yeah, probably. Scroll to item, item source count -2. Wait, what? Scroll to item? Oh my god, wait. Item is by index, but ID is different from index? Okay. So item takes an index, but ID takes some other integer. Okay. Yeah, it might be like instance IDs or something. Those names were kind of confusing though. Also, in the docs is after refresh. Really? But the refresh function is like, it's like, hey, this is to make sure that the stuff that's visible in your current thing is going to be up to date or whatever. YouTube is still not scrolled. Okay. Why? Twitch, hit me up with some more messages. I want to see the scroll bar. Okay. It's not scrolling down. It's not scrolling down. Okay. It is nice to see that the usernames are working though, or the colors for the names. Okay, refresh before scrolling. Is that it? Is that the tweet? Colors are wrong? Are they? Well, YouTube is still at the top, so... Hack Freya credit card. Shit. That scroll bar is not looking good. Oh yeah, the container thing. So was it message list dot item source? Was that it? They had a scroll example somewhere. Scroll to item, item source count. View.itemSource.count. Okay. Okay, we're doing item source instead. That's the cooler option. Okay, and did they have a refresh items and then scroll to item? That makes no sense in my mind. Because like it says rebinds all items currently visible. But like whether or not items are currently visible depends on the scroll position, right? Isn't that a direct dependency? Like why would you refresh before? Like what the heck? Also, I should not do child count. It could be that this is just never run, actually. That's probably it. That's probably it. Child count is probably always 0. That would not surprise me. Which means this is gonna work flawlessly. It's gonna work flawlessly. Okay, okay, play. YouTube's at the bottom. YouTube is at the bottom. I repeat, YouTube's at the bottom. Neat. Oh my god, we did it. We did it! Okay, why are there a gazillion empty messages now? We're getting null reference exceptions. Or no, argument out of range? Hold on. Oh! Post-process text vertices. We're not doing that anymore. Yeah, we don't need to do that. Okay, I guess empty messages are illegal. Not allowed to send empty messages. Because then there's no vertices to iterate over. So don't do that, everybody. Hell yeah. Big yes, it works. Neat. We did it. What an ordeal. And we didn't have to do all of the API setup. That was like, all of that was plugins for most of it. Although I guess I'm a little sad that I didn't get to get the emotes in. But good lord, that seems to be complicated for no reason. I wonder what the yeah, I wonder what I should do for that. It is very tempting to just like split every single word into its own like fragment and then just flex layout everything. Because that's very easy. Is it giving you old messages when you restart it? It seems like YouTube does, right? But it didn't really do that this time, though. Or did it? I feel like it sometimes does. I don't know. Do you need to keep the browser running to get this to work? I don't need a browser running, but I need Unity running. Which is, like, arguably worse, but... do you have any contact with Stefan? He might have some insight. Not sure who that is, although I vaguely recognize the name. Is that the... Is that someone at Unity who's working on Text Mesh Pro? Right. Okay. How do you even hook this into OBS though? Do you just have the exe and capture it and then key it somehow? So there is a... Well, there's kind of multiple ways of doing it. So one of the things you can do is you can just make a build and then you just use a like Windows source or like game source or whatever. And it is possible to make it so that Unity outputs to the alpha channel. In which case, you can just use alpha straight up and it's gonna work fine. So you can make the background like transparent. But, so that's one way of doing it. If I want to do this while I'm in the Unity editor, there's a plugin I've used before that basically turns your game view into a webcam source. So I can basically go to OBS and then a webcam shows up that's basically called Unity. And then I can just get the video from there. So there's different ways of doing it. Usually I just run it from the editor because I just it's kind of like I don't trust myself to make builds that work consistently, so yeah, it is interesting that like the names that I'm seeing in yeah, like all of your message colors are slightly different in OBS versus in the overlay. Some of you have the same color there, but not all of you. It's kind of weird. Sometimes Twitch picks a random color. Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's probably it then. So if I... Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Chill. If I bring... Come on. Like, your names are not always the same color here in OBS. So like JSDS is green here, but white here. Wait, did it pause because I was defocused? Hold on. Oh, so it's a random color per... Okay, gotcha. Oh, okay. So like... So in my Unity scene, is it the case that everybody who's white have not set their color explicitly? But locally, most people do get a color if they haven't set a color explicitly. And that's different per person watching it? Or like per client? You have not set your color. You were white. Okay. You set the color manually. Yeah, it looks like that's the case. Okay. I do feel a little bit bad for YouTube though, because YouTube doesn't have any color over here. Oh, this one got to a weird scroll position. New to your stream, what are you working on? I am working on making a YouTube and Twitch chat that look consistent with each other instead of being entirely different. Because there's no good YouTube overlay chat that's free, which is really annoying. I think there might be some issues with the order old messages were being added in. Yeah. Yeah, I could probably use a hash. Like if I use the hash of the username and then I just spread it across the hue gradient or something. Are you doing badges still, or did you decide to skip that? I'm gonna do badges. But I haven't added the like API endpoints to like actually download the badges, so probably not gonna do that tonight. No free overlays? That's odd. It is very odd, actually, yes. And I think the reason is because YouTube's API is not free if you have a chat that sends a medium amount of messages or more. So I think that's why, like, Streamlabs doesn't have a YouTube chat overlay, which is like, why? That seems like, I feel like there should be one, you know? YouTube charges for the chat API? Yes. Well, if you go over the rate limit, but the rate limit is so low that, yeah. Beautiful Nyx Purientity. It's a really bizarre business decision, yeah. It's so, like, sometimes I feel like it's not like YouTube is a tiny company who simply don't have the resources. Like, oh, like, they're not just little guys who have no money. Like, it's not like YouTube streaming is made by 3 people in a shack, you know? Okay, so I'm gonna give YouTube chatter some colors. I'm gonna give you some colors, YouTube. I'm gonna give you some colors, and you don't have a choice. It's just gonna be whatever it is. Did I have that in my colors? Oh, okay. Where is it? I know there's some kind of HSV. Yeah, HSV to RGB. There we go. Okay. Hue is from 0 to 1. So do we hash the username? Get hash code. And then divide by 360 as a float. Maybe. Saturation 0.5, value 1. Maybe? Seeing as Twitch is known for gaming, why when you play Silksong was only YouTube and not Twitch? Because I was experimenting with streaming on YouTube. And also, I didn't multi-stream at that point, but now I'm multi-streaming, so... Okay, can you just cast to color 32? Is that legal? Come on. No wait, is it in color utility? That's what I want. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's just shove it in there. We don't need color 32. Whatever. I'll just hack it in. Okay, color equals hash color name slash color. Cool. You're all gonna be assigned a color based on your name. It's gonna be unique. Well, modulo 360. We'll see what colors you get. I'm not sure what saturation level to use. Maybe this is a little bit low. Maybe I want to do 0.75. I'm not sure yet. Yeah, let's do 0.75. I'll just bump you up a little bit. Okay. All right. Get ready for your colors. Randomly assigned to you by mathematics. There we go. Why are some people completely invisible? That seems incorrect. How? How did it become black? Is HTML string reversed because of the old ABGR format compatibility? RGB. No, it's in RGB order. Wait, is it possible for hash codes to be negative? Do I need to abs the hash code? Okay, let's try again. I think the hash can be negative. Okay, and because modulo never works the way that you want it to with negative numbers, we got negative numbers out of modulo. I'm guessing that's it. Why do they always default to shitty modulo? They should just do the nice modulo where you can use array length to wrap negative stuff into the array. Now it works, yeah. Why do programming languages insist on bad modulo? Use the good modulo. You're no longer a negative color, that's true. You are in fact very close to my brand green, I feel like. Hold on. Okay, not that close, but kinda close. Pretty close, you're a little bit colder, but... Okay. How do we feel about this? Are these too saturated? I feel like YouTube is more saturated than Twitch now. Although Twitch is kind of inconsistent. Wait, but Twitch lets you pick colors at different saturation levels, right? Twitch being less saturated might violate TOS? Exactly. Exactly. Twitch's colors are not fully random. Well... We could just look those colors up and make a lookup table. Twitch, username, colors, table. Okay, can I just get the colors? Oh, turbo users can use any hex value. Okay. Blue, coral, dodger blue, spring green, yellow green. Okay, are these established colors? Fire brick. Cadet blue. Okay. Is there a list? Twitch, chat name, hex codes. Oh. Oh wait, these are full results. No. This is not the full list, right? Oh, neat. Thank you, Zulfix. Public static. Color array. Twitch username colors. I do not code with AI, no. I have tried it and it was miserable and I felt gross afterwards and full of shame. And it made my code worse and I understood it less afterwards. It was just the worst experience in my life, programming. Okay, so is there a... I mean, ideally, I don't want to have to, like, parse this. Oh, wait, can I use color 32? And then bit shift? That seems really annoying. Let's not do that. There's gotta be a color utility. Try parse? What do you mean try? Hex to color. Color utility, try parse the hex out color. Return color. Return color dot aquamarine apparently. White. Okay. Boop. Doop. Doop. Wrong thing. There we go. They really have RGB red and RGB blue? Actually, RGB red might be my color. No, that looks way more muted. That's gross. Oh, and RGB green. And they're in a weird order? I might just force replace those. Because it's kind of intense. I think especially the blue one. The blue one is like kind of difficult to see. Wait, I'm not using them. Why did I start? I'm not using the colors. Where's YouTube chat? Oh, here. Okay. Color index is gonna be this whole thing modulo colors length. Okay, and then I guess we just do color index over Twitch count as a float. Or wait, no, I'm stupid. What am I doing? No. It's, this is the thing I'm replacing. Okay, so it's gonna be colors dot Twitch username colors color index. We can tell, Windy Silver Fox. I feel like you're talking a little bit too much about foxes in chat to the degree where it's kind of filling the chat up with not much of substance. Okay, now you should have your proper colors. Maybe. Wait, what? You're all white? That's not... Excuse me? Oh, you think the try parse needed that? Ugh. Well, you know what? Or no, okay, sure, yeah. Why do you need to convert them back and forth? Because my colors class is full of standard Unity colors, and I don't want to break from that and have strings all of a sudden. I mean, I don't need to convert back and forth, but... There we go. Neat. What? Okay, I guess like default emotes show up? Like this emote is showing up. Okay, who broke it? Nyx? That was you. You just messed it up. You destroyed the chat. How does it choose colors? It's based off of your name, so it creates a hash from your name. And a hash is basically a random integer. And then I do modulo the number of different Twitch colors, and then your color gets picked based off of that. Neat. Yeah, do I do that thing where, like, if someone doesn't have a color, do I randomize a color there? What if we had a way to set our own colors via chat on YouTube? You would be the right person to ask, because you got RGB blue, and that is actually horrible. It's probably the worst. Actually horrible. And yeah, this is where I could start adding commands like that. So one thing that I've considered doing now that I have the power to customize this chat exactly how I want, apart from emotes. I try to make sprite sheet and sprite asset love each other. Did it work? That blue is actually awful. Actually, I don't think OBS actually picks the blue one. I don't think I've seen a single RGB blue in OBS. Yeah, is that? What's the color list that someone sent? Oh, it's definitely an option. Okay, so it might just be that nobody's picked it. Oh god. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so that one is actually desaturated in OBS. Look. That's not horrible. Oh, I'm detaching the world. Oh my god. Twitch chat has an option readable colors? Oh, okay. So what are the hex codes post readable color? Actually, does YouTube chat? No, they all pause. Okay. Take a sprite sheet and set mode to multiple. Right click, create sprite asset. Okay. But when you say take a sprite sheet, what is that referring to? Is that a texture asset that I right click? Because I don't have that as a sprite sheet. I have individual emotes as separate textures and sprites. How much of HTML and CSS is supported in here? Nothing. This is rich text, not HTML and CSS. It's been 7 hours? Wait, has it been 7 hours? It is very late, actually. Well, this was neat. It actually feels really nice to finally have at least the possibility to make YouTube chat not look like garbage and actually make YouTube and Twitch look similar. I like that. Okay. It's probably gonna be it for today then, because I've stayed up way too late. I do wish I had the muted version on the YouTube end. So I guess the next step is probably doing the badges and emotes. Badges is much easier than emotes. Do you want to keep them separate, or will you merge them into one later? I have to keep them separate, otherwise I might get banned on Twitch. So they have to be separate. Is the yellow backdrop still expected, or is it just so hard to see it's been forgotten? I just set the transparency to very low and made it dark, so it's just kind of a cursed, like, dark bile yellow color. So cool. Can't you change the blue in your array to whatever you want? Yes, but I would want it to match what people are used to, I think, or maybe I don't. Maybe I want to keep the YouTube ones different somehow. This discussion is what you want to look at when doing emotes. Requires internal APIs though. I want us all to be Freya nodes colors. I guess I could do that actually, yeah. It's kind of less confusing if you can still tell who's on Twitch and who's on YouTube at a glance. Yeah, I do agree with that. Yeah, I do want to have some kind of separator or divider or header with the purple and the red color. I do still want to have that to make sure that, like, you can tell that they're separate. The @ is kind of distinctive at the moment. And then at the very same moment, someone in YouTube chat said, "Can we remove the @ So I'm kind of curious if I can make the YouTube chat show the display names instead of the handles. Kind of curious about that. But yeah, I think there is a purpose to have them be separate. But yeah, I think I might do something like where I make the @ pretty transparent so you can see it, but it's not very visible. We need full equity though. Maybe. Yeah, I do think it is a good point that it's actually kind of hard to... It is kind of hard to tell the difference because you can't see it on the usernames anymore, and there is utility to that. If you had badges anyway, you could add a small YouTube or Twitch symbol before the name. That's where I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if I should show YouTube branding. I think that might actually get a little close to the TOS. Unfortunately. badges might make it distinctive already. That's true, yeah. I could do... I mean, the on-screen YouTube chat actually has the profile pictures, which would be the stand-in for badges, right? Does it handle message deletion? No, not yet. I think there is a message for that, but I'm not like respecting it right now, so I think I do get that message, but it doesn't actually apply, so. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I could put those logos like in the top left or something of the whole stream section. I'm not sure. I'm doing the math for gamers and I feel so dumb. I can't do the assignment 2, which is coming up with a bouncing laser. Well. It has something to do with the dot products. I would grab a pen and paper and draw. Figure out what happens and how you can make things work. Where's the message content? Message content? There. Okay. Where's the gross background color? Wait, what? Did it just nuke the entire situation? I just wanted to fix the thing. Oh, okay. Okay. Probably just reloaded the UI and then some links were dropped, some references. Cool. So then on top of this, there's gonna be... I still need to do stuff like... Because the background's gonna be transparent, and then it's gonna be overlaid, so I need like drop shadows and stuff. But that's relatively easy to add, I think. I still think that the harder thing in general is going to be emotes. That might be the hardest one. And yeah, merging chats is explicitly against TOS. Oh yeah, the thing I was going to mention. This is my like monetization brain kicking in. But one thing that I can do now that I have full control over what users look like, I could make it so that those who support me have a different look. So that would be Patreon supporters and subscribers on Twitch. Could maybe even be based off of like lifetime support or something, to like give you the swag if you're a big supporter. And then if you're not a big supporter, you look kind of mid, you know? Not bad, just mid. Could do something like that. Subs already have badges here? Yeah, exactly. But I could pull it even further. Because subs don't give even close to as much as Patreon does. So yeah. Maybe it's mean, but it would be really nice, I think. It's also nice to recognize the people who have supported my stuff in general. Selling cosmetics in stream chat, exactly. DLC. Patreon tier to have cats next to your username. Does that work? No, I don't think so. Okay, well, I think this was successful. I had one goal in mind for this stream, and it was to reach the point where you guys showed up in Unity, and you did. I guess not in the scene view, but in the game view, you did. Any last questions or final thoughts before I go to bed? Got a horse armor for your username? That's gonna cost you. That's like 2-year Patreon supporters. Does Unity have a web export? Yes, but I'm not gonna use that for this. I'm either gonna make a build out of this, and then the game window is going to output RGBA, and then OBS can capture the Unity window, right? Either that, or there's a plugin for Unity that turns your game view into a webcam output, or input, I guess. So that then you can read off of that output in OBS. And what's nice about that is that, like, you can then move the window around and resize the game view without the webcam source, you know, losing track of what it's supposed to send. Yeah. Next time, please don't nerd snipe my evening trying to research Unity internals. Oh no. I'm sorry. Oh no. Is it based on TextMesh Pro, just default text from UI Toolkit? It's UI Toolkit. For better or for worse. Do you see yourself scrolling in chat at some point? I might. I think the thing is that, like, these are gonna be for on-screen display. And I don't know if I'm gonna scroll the on-screen displays. Although I guess, like the reason I wouldn't scroll them on screen is because they're usually too small to be comfortable to navigate. So usually I have chats open on my side monitor, and they're separate chats as usual anyway. But then there's also, like, it's nice to have the real chats open because I can also send messages and do banning if I need to. Yeah. Another option is to use Spouts 2, which is a shared texture on Windows. For emotes? Or no, oh, you mean for, like, OBS interlinkage? Yeah, so transparency is like, you just need to make sure that your camera settings and your rendering settings is set to output alpha. Which means you need to disable multi-sampling anti-aliasing. There's some post-processing effects that nuke the alpha channel. So there's a few things you need to disable in order to get an alpha output from the game window. How will new emotes be included? So right now I download Twitch emotes on demand. So if someone sends a message that contains an emote that I haven't downloaded yet, it automatically downloads. But not for... There's no support for animated emotes yet. I don't know how to parse those. I'm guessing they're GIFs, so I guess I need a GIF parser. And then... Yeah, I need like a GIF parser, and then I need to like create sprite sheets from the GIFs, and then animate them, I guess. And actually, animating them would probably be really expensive if I were to use the sprite rich text thing, because then that means that I need to trigger a full recompile for every frame of every animation for the entire message. Which is another good reason for why I shouldn't be using that, I think. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to bed. I should really go to bed. It is currently my clock is like cut off on my second monitor. It's 5:02. Are you parsing the system message parameter? I don't know. I'm using a third-party thing for that. This is what I'm using. So whatever this does, which does use the IRC protocol, but it does some extra parsing on top of that. So yeah. Yeah, why are we all awake? It seems like we all should be asleep. Is there anyone who's like awake at a reasonable hour at this point? Do we have any Australians in chat? Oh yeah, how are we even doing with viewers? I have no idea what the... Oh dang, like 300 concurrents? Wild. Okay. Is it because I'm streaming late? Is the secret staying up late after midnight? $2 p.m. in Australia? Australia here. Lord Plowing. That's a name. Okay. Alright. It didn't seem like links were clickable on my end now. This is the deadest hour of the entire world? Oh, okay. I feel like it's mostly if you want to exclude Europe. And yeah, Thor wants me to go to bed. That's why he's yelling. Alright. Well, thank you all for joining. This was fun. We actually made it to the end goal of this. I'm almost surprised after I got stun locked trying to get emotes working. It's gonna be... There's gonna be some extra work on top of this just to get things more tight and nice. The big thing is gonna be the... Oh my god, the big thing is gonna be the emotes. But I think we can do it. I think there's ways of doing it. Oh yeah, someone asked what I'm gonna do the next stream. I'm not sure. I tend to just stream whenever I feel like it. I don't want to like force myself to do stuff. But we'll see. I am still really excited to do another Silksong speedrun. Not that any of you are interested in that, I presume, but it was really fun last time, and I do wanna do my next run with my replay mod so that I have a full run recorded as a replay. I think that would be fun. I did not look at my splits. It just seems so boring to try to resynchronize all of that stuff because I need to like go through the VOD and manually look at the timestamps. So maybe I'll do stuff like I'll only put the big important splits in or something. Assuming that like live split is okay to have gaps in the middle of your splits. But yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, I do also wanna I do also wanna make my mod for doing a bell tosser run. Hello there, hello, hey. So I want to try to do a challenge run in Silksong where every time I take damage, a bell tosser spawns in the room. I think that would be really fun. Especially because I really like deflecting the bells, and I would get so much practice. And I would probably die a lot, but it's gonna be fun, I think. Okay. Salad? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. But what's really cursed about the enemies in Silksong, and presumably the enemies in Hollow Knight 1 as well, it kind of seems like the enemies don't exist as prefabs. It's kind of like enemies are just objects in the scene, and then they're copy-pasted, I think, maybe? Unless it's something like that data is stripped on build or something. Because I cannot for the life of me find prefabs in the data. And so like, if you want to spawn an enemy, you have to like load a scene and then grab the game object from the scene. And then like clone it pretty much and instantiate it. Unity doesn't have the concept of prefabs at runtime, I thought. Not prefabs, but like it would have, or I would expect it to have a game object that's serialized in a bundle, right? Because there are things that are serialized, right? And game objects are some of them, and that's usually what prefabs would be. But yeah, maybe it is a thing where like they're always baked into the scenes on build. In which case that's really annoying. And I wish it wasn't like that. But yeah, maybe that's the case then if you have the same thing in Ultra Kill. Yeah. Anyway. Some YouTube messages are sometimes out of order. Oh, are they? Right now, I don't do anything with timestamps. I just let them, whatever order I'm given, they just like, they just plop in. Why would they not use prefabs? I mean, it could be the case that they are using prefabs, and it's just not visible in a build. But if I were to guess, I would guess it's because the first Hollow Knight was released a long time ago in the age of no nested prefabs. And you had a lot of reasons to not use prefabs back in the day when there were no nested prefabs. So my guess would be that like Silksong was probably just a continuation of Hollow Knight in terms of the project files and workflows. So it wouldn't surprise me if they just didn't make prefabs out of everything. Or maybe they did, and it's just stripped in the build. Anyway, Thor wants me to go to bed. So thank you all so much for joining. As usual, if you want to support my work and maybe look cool in the chat in the future, there's my Patreon. Although you're gonna have to like link your account somehow. I'm gonna have to make like a weird account linking system. So maybe you're not gonna look cool if you support me on Patreon, but I will consider you to be cool regardless. And then I'm also on Blue Sky in case you're on there. And yeah, we'll see you when the next stream happens. Thank you all so much for joining my silly streams. I'm actually really happy that there's a lot of people joining. I haven't streamed for a long time, and I was kind of having trepidation going back to it because it used to stress me out quite a bit. And I feel like I'm not stressed this time around, which is really nice. So thank you all so much. There will probably be more Silksong stuff ahead. I also need to finish my replay mod. I also need to work more on Half Edge. It's a lot of projects, but I'm having fun, so that's the important part. But yeah. Bye-bye, everybody. Oh, the song ended, like, perfectly there. Nice. I shouldn't have mentioned that, though, because now it's... Now it was less cool. I should have just, like, let it fade out. Anyway, thanks for joining, everybody. I will see you whenever I stream next. Maybe tomorrow, maybe in a week, who knows. I don't want to schedule stuff. But yeah, bye-bye. Okay, and then YouTube. Bye-bye, YouTube. Sorry for calling you a bad platform or that people shouldn't go to YouTube. It's just TOS things on Twitch. Twitch is a little bit weird about that, you know? I don't know why. Okay, good night, everybody. Bye-bye.